boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I had to switch up the flow, show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. Pass the baton, we gon' take it far. Always been real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5, just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Busting out the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these vices they throwing me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me.
Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This isn't a robbery. Hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, I ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. The chances of quitting are likely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me.
Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted, exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Look, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on site. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah. No need for the snoozing. Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas is. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We back, man, you never gon' like us. Get them on sight now, let them on light. That way they know I'm all righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watch is perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble, I don't want beef, man, I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
Are you ready? Are you ready for comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that ready for whatever. We gon' have to show them something, man. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. You don't understand that I'm doing what you can with no cap. This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle. Any person that comes got the weight of the world on them. Yeah, they too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out. And I might have been down, not out. Only one thing I gotta know now is, are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the... Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that... Let me see them hands up all the way front back. Yeah, it's the comeback. Are you ready for the comeback? Now I see you with your bad self. If you're into taking L's, then it can't help. I'll be the self-made champ, look at my belt. I built this all from the ground up, that's all by myself, y'all know. This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle, any person that comes got the weight of the world on them, yeah, they too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out. And I might have been down, not out. Only one thing I gotta know now is, are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the... Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones taking it up a notch. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. Wes and Mike Teasy coming all strong, straight into the end zone. Hey, be sure you stick around because we're only getting warmed up.
I kept the faith, keeping the faith, I know you got it. Yeah, out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Yeah, putting in work, won't say a word till they announce it. Hey, determined to get it, I'm focused and driven. What you know about it? Thanks to the sun. Hey, you see the melanin? Yeah, we just begun. Yeah, in my element. Came through clean looking, like a president. Martinelli porn, we celebrating with elegance. Yes, it's for the women you see by my side. She gave me reason to fight. Yes, mama, we made it. I know that you proud. Dad always told me stay true to the route. It's for the veal, golden the teal. Kids walk around with the golden they grill. Told you my focus, I never lost hope, and I'm giving them something they feel. I keep it true, ain't no counterfeit. How does it feel if you got it? It's still who we started with. Put down the seed, now it's harvesting. We make the art, then we market it, all of it. I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Yeah, out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Hey, putting in work, won't say a word until they announce it. Hey, determined to get it, I'm focused and driven. What you know about it? I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. I'm just working on my trophy speech. My trophy speech. This for the fam, this for the whole team. Yeah. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
I started making a list of some names that I gotta mention when I'm getting my trophy. Lot of folk wasn't with me in the gym. I was shooting around, I was trying to be Kobe. No time for the phony, don't act like you know me. Got God on my side, I can stand on my lonely. Been on my ground so that wifey and I could just live a sweet life where the Zach and Cody. You wasn't there when I wrote your name down and I made a mistake, gotta scribble it out. Snakes on the slithering now. The ones that ain't put in been wanna reap benefits. They want some clout, that ain't what I'm about. I'm moving different and they moving foul. They gon' be tripping when my name announced. And the winner is Mike Teasy. Congratulations. Cause I kept the faith, keeping the faith. I know you got it. Out of my way, give me some space, just family around me. Put it in work, won't say a word until they announce it. Determined to get it, I'm focused and driven, so what you know about it? Yeah, I'm just working on my trophy speech.
My trophy speech.
I'm just working on my trophy speech.
My trophy speech.
See, this for the fam, this for the whole team. I'm just working on my trophy speech.
know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. 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 But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's okay. It's okay. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time, let me check my wrist. You can never dim my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the tip top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, cause I'm feeling like Chris Cross. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need a million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check.
Hey, welcome everyone to the stream. You all know me, Mark Power, Elite Esports EU, but this is the legend, the one and only, though, Gibson Cast, mate. It's been too long, but I'm glad to have you back on the table, on the desk, mate.
Legend is a little bit of exaggeration. I think maybe just that guy people see from time to time would be a better way to put it. But Mark, first off, congratulations. We finally got a bit of an announcement that you're involved in a pretty big event coming up. We got that tweet. It was good to see.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Obviously, yeah, when you get tied down with NDAs, you can't talk about it. You just want to tell teams to sign up, especially when it's going live. But they put the announcement out and everyone's asking about the talent. I got loads of messages, but yeah, it's gone live. We'll talk more about that in a bit. But obviously, well, I say we've got very little time in between the first drop zones, mate, because this is a bit of a mad one. I was lucky enough I got to cast yesterday for the event, and with the MEA Weekly League, it is pretty stacked. Normally got 19 teams. Actually, we're missing one team at the moment. I think they've been told they will be into game number 2, but it is the standard that we saw yesterday, and it was just insane off the bat. What I'm worth doing, though, let's talk about those events in a couple of seconds, but what we're going to do is we're going to throw ourselves over to the video. It's actually going to be Diego. We've got 2 Diegos coming up, followed by 2 Miramar, then across to a Wrangle, but we'll see you guys in a couple of seconds. is game technically number 7. It's the first game this evening though, but don't forget this is over 4 days, and the playing path is not too bad, Gibson. Now, I've been blessed that I've casted a little bit of Diego. Now, I think we was having a little bit of a chat about Diego a minute ago, and it is a madhouse, mate, and this flight path, I don't think it's going to favour those teams that might want to be a bit passive to start off with. I think we're going to see a few people dropped on quite early doors, especially around that terminal area. It seems to be a bit of a hotbed for teams jumping.
Yeah, well, you look at the amount of teams in the lobby as well. With 18 teams, it means that compared to your standard competitive lobby, you've got 8 extra players that you got to deal with inside the mix as well. It's a very northern flight path. The thing about that is with a map like Tego, which is, by the way, my first ever time casting it. I've seen you cast it quite a few times already, though. It's very similar to Military Island down in Erangel, where you got to make that decision as a drop. Do you want to go north? Do you want to go south? Flight path like this would tell you that you're probably better off going to the northern side of the map. But all in all, Mark, one thing is for sure, we're probably not going to see a studio circle.
I had a studio circle the other week, and that was insane. I think
I saw.
Yeah, oh mate, mental, utterly mental. Do you know what I like about Diego? I think it's the first time PUBG have released a map. And look, I know I get a lot of criticism about this, but I think they've released quite a well finished off map, right? As a off the bat. Now they've added to esports, they're going to accelerate how they develop this game quite well, and I like that. But what I think it has to offer is that little bit that Miramar kind of teases us with those rotation kills, the difference of the terrain. The guys and girls are just not ready at the moment for those safe rotations. I don't even think there is a safe rotation on Diego, mate. It just seems to be a bit mad because everyone goes across country to go live, and it just causes them loads of problems. And it didn't take us long. We've already lost a player here, and we've got Brink on the edge, potentially some more fighting as well as our Freedom Fighters. Got caught out yesterday by Sad. Now, Freedom Fighters yesterday, Gibson actually won this one, but they had the numbers. It was a 2-on-2 and soon became a 3-on-2. But I worry actually Sad Smile might get a bit of a just desserts now as they do push over, make the play. Don't think they want to make a mistake. It's a 4-man stack up here. Play here. Freedom Fighters got to try and hold this one. It's going to be so hard for him to get out. And look how far his players are. Way too down in that sort of south to southwest corner. But I don't think they're going to make it in time.
Not a great spot at all here for Stannis, but he does have the S12K in the back pocket, which can be pretty useful. You see not a lot of utility. Will fire off one round of that shotgun, but Bakshi's going to be able to clean that one out. The rest of friendly fire peeking up over, thinking maybe they can have an impact. And we got the new and improved M16 in the hands of Hercules. Spots out one, but doesn't take the shot just yet. He wants to get the perfect lineups. Knows there's no helmet on exactly his head, and that's going to be the knock on to one. Does a little bit of damage onto the other, but a good fight back here from Freedom Fighter. But as you said, Sad Smile, they've got the knock, they've got the point on the board already, and with the smokes they should be able to get all 4 players back on their feet.
Yeah, Freedom Fighter really impressed me yesterday. A team I don't really know too much about, but the team definitely got my radar pretty quick for a team that was very much an aggressive. They wanted to take the fights all the time, and I thought maybe with that early knock they might have given this one up slightly. Sad Smile, the same. They do like the aggressive stance sometimes, and they are repositioning slightly, but I think this is just a lose battle at the moment because these teams are both in, but you're going to come out really damaged. There's only a limited amount of loot you're going to get from this compound with the damage already. We've already lost the team. H and N already going down as well. So early fight, Sad Smile getting caught out slightly out here in the rotation. Gone for that wide angle, Gibson, but it's not really capitalized.
Yeah, he's only got the holographic as well on the Mini 14, making it a little bit more difficult to utilize what the strongest asset of that DMR is, and it's those long range engagements. Now Hercules gets the knock onto Yokaram, and now Bachi will get his second knock of the day as he falls back to his knees once more, and it leaves it all down to Garaki, and he's just going to get inside the little bus, get out of the way. He's lost his teammates, still has a chance to pick it up some points, but Mark, that's the I think the pacing of that one didn't suit them. They did well to get that first kill, but from that point they stayed a little bit too static, and it allowed the Freedom Fighters to close in on that position. It's
just horrible. But again, like this is again, I'll come back to my point. This is what I like about Diego. Yes, we've got some more teams in the mix as compared to, I suppose, our normal format of comp, but with those additional players, maybe it's making it a bit more hectic. But it's just the terrain. I think it offers people that ability to try and play the open grounds a bit more. Some people get a bit more confident because they've got the compounds. And it just that mix, that cake of a mix actually becomes not a bad little thing at the end, but looks like they have to share a few meds here as Toxic clearly don't have the secret room key. But 1-for-1, I think they struggled a little bit yesterday. They are only one man remains, and Toxic, we know them well. They kind of lifted their name. I can just see him descending down on him now, and maybe a last little ditch to get himself into some smoke. Maybe he can get one of these knocks here, but for me, he's just fully in rags at the moment.
Yeah, but that's what you get in these early. I still have a lot of time. The nade's a good one, doing 54 damage onto by the long range engagement. 1 HP and a dream now as he dips back in behind the ridge line. April really trying to press the issue, just doing the dance over the top of that ledge, hoping to find himself the knock. But in a situation like this, again, it's very difficult to find out who the winner will be. You know, it's a lot of mutually assured destruction, Mark.
Oh, yeah, 100%. This is just a downhill for both these teams. We saw it a second ago. We're seeing it again here between Toxic and 1for1. Good call, though. Obviously, the down player for 1for1 was still giving that information. Just couldn't quite land the molly the same way he landed that nade, and you kind of would have hoped he would have got out there with a bit more damage maybe on the Toxic player. This is going to be a stack up, though. 2-man stack. This is going to get the angles, pinch him out from this tree. I think it's a matter of time. 1for1, it's going to go, and that's him eliminated. Toxic, though. They take the next team. We're down to 17 teams. They've gone down for 17. 16 teams remain. We're back to a normal. And actually, we've not even got to phase number 1 already. So, maybe back to standard.
Yeah, well, we're down to 16 teams, the amount that you would normally see inside a lobby. And this what we're seeing right now for MEAs has been lagging is, I think, one of maybe the things that Tego has to get better at. It's a lot of open space. You know, you have a lot of land. It's not like Erangel where you've got, even in the big open fields, you've got some bales and places to hide behind. I think Tego's just a little bit open at times. I think as it progresses over the course of the competitive calendar, we'll see that change bit on bit. Stello hoping to get the confirmed knock on this one. Spots out Hercules running up the hill. Taps with a mini 14, but misses his shots. And Hercules still fleeing after that early engagement. Just rotates around the north side of Buksansa. But Aces want to pick this one up, and look, they're on the move again.
You just mentioned it really well. I definitely feel like we're going to make some changes, and PUBG will continue to develop this map. I think they've committed enough to, one, it's going to the next global series, right? The fact that it's been picked for that, great. Two, between now and then, and it's only 94 days away. It's actually quite shockingly close, which is good. I'm excited for it personally. I want to try and get my ticket out there. I've been looking at flights, so I won't lie. But between now and then, they're going to make some couple of changes. But with the open ground, the open terrain, is it better a little bit than Miramar? I think so. Miramar doesn't offer those tree covers, so I think this is where we see the engagement happen a little bit more, because where teams feel like they're in those open fields, those open areas, and don't get me wrong, there's some really blind open areas on this map, but as we get into these sort of forest terrains, Gibson, I think these teams feel a bit more safe. They feel the comforting of the trees, and lo and behold, they've just been exposed by a 4-man with the right angles, and down they go. And I think that's why we're seeing so much engagement now on this this map.
Well, the circle went pretty southern as well compared to the flight path, and there's not as much open, or not as many compounds as maybe in other areas of the map. Bogger T can push and shoot. He's going to look to lock down his compound with a nice spray, and he will get that knock onto Hashrama. So peeks back the other way. Shenzhen's going to get the knock onto Hellstory, and this is all going wrong for DPS here as Bogger T taps away with the newly introduced MK12. Demobilizing the vehicles, gets that knock to Shenzhen, and well, for DPS, that was not a great push at all, as Ackerman Sad will try to just pull something out of the remnants of his team here as he looks over towards push, but it ain't going to happen, I don't think.
Quite surprised from DPS, a team that's really consistent yesterday, especially over the course of the 6 games, but they didn't get the chicken dinner, right? Like, it's a 4-day event, 6 games a day, but they were quite consistent to rolling up blind to push and shoot there. Yeah, maybe losing one, but then with those 2 instant knocks coming out the other side, again, we find another team down numbers. There's another team down to a solo player. We've seen a couple on duos, and a few more rats are going to send themselves out to the field, and looks like DPS are going to have to go for that wider rotation away now. Lucky enough for him, and we'll reel on that west-hand side along she swings out left, and we are starting to see a bit more fighting in and around Buxan, and our fairies have gone in. NHS, though, do get the first as the P90 comes in. Such a dangerous gun at the moment. Definitely a meta for that, and anyone with it has the danger to potentially wipe out a 4. So for me, it's got to be down towards Fairy Tales. Need to eliminate that P90 very quickly. But NHS seems to be storming their way through. Not like the waiting lines in the NHS, but they seem to be doing something right in this one.
Yeah, I hate it, but I think I hate the FAMAS more. It's just such a horrible gun to come up against now. Glabasta with the M4 in his hand. 3x for the long-range spray. Peeks inside the compound, but the P90 silent but deadly. Firing back the other way. Got them a little bit pinned inside the core, inside the compound, but Glabasta needs to be dealt with pretty quickly. You can't give him the opportunity. And there you go, they're hunting in a pack, and that should be that. And down go Fairy Tale. 15 teams left alive as the NHS push out of their compound and clean that one up before they took any casualties.
I'm trying to work out if today's quicker than yesterday, because we saw it very aggressive yesterday, but I'm thinking maybe tonight. Maybe they needed you were coming, Gibson. They just wanted to put a show on for you. Looks like Gauls get the first knock, though, on our 1453 as they do go down. Unfortunately, getting exposed with that 2-2 split. Obviously, the 1453 team trying to fight on the other side. They're actually trying to take our Fight for Life team out in the compound a little bit more over. Again, they have that 2-2 split. So, interested to see if they descend down as the other two losing one, down to a 3, and maybe giving yourself a bit of backup, moving yourself around. 1453 haven't quite pushed in on this compound yet, so do they even know this player is lurking right underneath their mitts? I don't know.
Well, it is deadly, I believe, or just going to wait. Beacon, waiting to see what happens. Still in that position, but I think the longer he can keep himself from being revealed, it'll do him more and more favors. Looking at the other side of 1453, Medicine is going to just prone his way inside. I think he knows. I have a feeling that he knows as a player there. That's why he's not exposing himself too much. You see the fact that the blue zone grenade's been thrown as well, trying to just force this. Look, I'm new to this lobby. What are you calling this old?
Blue zone nades. I love the little blue
no,
zone.
but
Dijon. No, yeah, I would have gone with that. Yeah, I think that was good. I definitely think you're right. They do know that each other are here. You saw the first nade go into the compound. The second blue zone went into one of the cow sheds, these little barn things, and they were able to sneak his way through. He does catch him on the flash. He still commits on the way in with him laying down. You would have thought he would have got the knock there, but our Fight for Life fighting for their life. 1453 now on the move round. They're down to 2 players now, and they are split, so it is a 1-man versus 1-man as both of these teams seem to have an anchor player. Now, Fuzzberry needs to move around. Got to use his terrain to his advantage, and maybe he's got 4 nades in his back pocket. He's screaming out just to lob a nade down, just even as they're potentially put off here. As I feel like we're going to see our Fight for Life. They're going to get back to a 3, and they've got that res in. They've got enough time to get the meds on, and maybe 1453 needs to take the opportunity to back away himself, get himself back to a 2-man. They can't be taking these one-on-one fights.
I would have liked more aggression there from Faz whenever the knock was in, while the res was being picked off, but no, he's going to be forced to seal off. We'll borrow that Uaz as he gets on out of dodge, falls his way back in. The phase 2 pop, where phase 3 pop just about 34 seconds away. Buxan Sass still looking pretty good in the midst of all the action as Carito does get the knock on the Detolt, and that's another knock sustained by the side of Fall, but there's Blazor from push and shoot. He's going to get himself a knock and flush onto RST.
God, a lot of action now coming on the outside. This time, more teams playing the blue. We've got a lot more teams situated in and around the outside. 1453 did go for the pickup, so they're back to a 2, and this is kind of stick your head down and get driving. Maybe find yourself a little bit of a compound. I like Tiago because I like the fields. I like that it's not complete flat terrain, and they're able to hide themselves out. We had a great field ending yesterday, but it's going back towards Buxan. Such a little bit of a dip, though. Lots of high ground around the outside, and got to feel like these teams are going to continue to play blue. Ace is going to have a clean run on that west-hand side. Toxic lost the numbers. They're down to a 2. They're not going to really want to get involved in the money at the moment as there's a 4-man. They've got the drops. They'll get a nice clean sweep on that southeast corner. Buxan just going to be the real focal point of attention. They've actually pulled fully in. Why would you go into Buxan? Literally all tucks in one. Faz down to a 1-shot himself. 1453 getting zoned again. 2 days out of 2 days and not reading the zone rotations right. And it results them in the 15th place in the round number 1.
Yeah, they went for the good play, or the smart play, which is to go into Buxan Sa and hope for the best. But no, there was a team holding that corner. They're going to pick up the points. The NHS get their second squad wipe, as they're just starting to pick up a lot of points now in this map. 13 teams alive. Slow Jacket now, as we see a continuation of that fight between CMG and Push. Slow Jacket gets that knock. Just peeking around the side, not going for the flush just yet until he can confirm that there's nobody close by to pick him up as he goes to do that. And now Blazor and Alpaca will just have to pack it all in and move out of there as well as they look for somewhere else to call home.
Yeah, it's going to be rotation. Now, the push and shoot widely spread. They're just trying to farm kills. So at the end of the day, really well. At the top of the leaderboard, if I remember right. We do have our Fight for Life team pushing in just in front of the Money Shot team. Because we were talking off stream who's been aggressive and who's playing well. And this was one of the teams that were playing well. Dark Tank was one of the players actually harvested so many kills for his team. Needs to get the first knock on now, but they have received a knock as well. Doesn't quite know where that player is. Does go for his stomach, but unable to get down to the grass as quickly as I think he wanted to. And they've lost a second. It's going to be up to the final players now on the outside to try and cause some damage. But yeah, is it a give up and move back in? Maybe I don't know where that final player is. And NHS looks like they're going to be farming as much as they can now as they do put more points on the board. Soon to follow, push and shoot, fell down after.
Yeah, point was picked up there. April from Toxic Players was able to get a freebie as they push in from the southern side as well. Looks like that drop being picked off over on the west side of the zone as well, as all these teams just begin to close on. And you can just see in the bottom of your screen that they are going to push into the southern side of Buksansa. And realistically, I think the position's been given away. And you can see them hunting him down, trying to get that last standing player removed.
Yeah, because they took some shots of him coming in. So, yeah, I'm quite surprised that he did commit his way into Store Buxton, or give or take the outside. He did take some shots from Mint Green team, but to wait and see where they kick off. This is a spark that's going to ignite pretty quickly. After all, we know Gibson, we've casted these guys quite a lot. They like to play that late game. So this is kind of when this team comes alive. They work from basically the phase 4 onwards, and now they hold the outside zone has shifted again back towards that north to northwest area. Puts after all on the outside. I think the plan for these boys now will be to hold the outside of Buxan, let the teams rotate into him. We might get our solos wrapped around a little bit further out, but it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. The teams inside surely have got to be making the call that we can't be the only team here. We've got to rotate around this one wide.
Yeah, and after all, to have a decision to make, they can either wait to be the last team to rotate out and catch everybody on the move, or else use this position in the edge of the zone to push in first and really take good position into the next phase. But it looks like that opportunity has been lost now, as you see multiple sides, CMG rotating all on. And just above that, there's a little bit of action about to kick off as we see the green and pink, and that is nothing is impossible. Billionaire peeks around. He's going to get shut down by DPS, and well, he's not going to go down without anything, as his teammate's going to get traded back the other way. Shmoney Sound eliminated as well, as Kuzma is able to pick up some points for MG.
Going backwards and forward, NHS obviously losing some. They've got 6 kills. They go get another knockdown. MG is the team trying to cause the damage. NHS might just try and hold, but unfortunately he's not quite in that zone. MG are hunting their way down. Fighters though again on the outside, and Fight for Life also pushing in. So Buxan again being at focal point. You're right though, because after all have missed the opportunity to wrap further around and out, and with the team of Gould already pushing on the outside, that kind of will stop them playing into that area. So there's got to be a decision made for them now to ensure they clear up these teams here. This may be where they're going to put the points on the board, and I feel like a few of these teams might just try and keep their head down and let some of the higher numbers rotate around them. Maybe they can pick up a couple of knocks. We'll have to wait and see, but it's surely going to ignite here in Buxan.
Yeah, well, after all, don't want to get pushed in this situation. They want to pick up the scraps leaving Buksansa. They don't want to get engaged earlier. Now, Danimon has been forced to be the first one in that engagement on the northern side as he gets the knock onto Nens. Very tough and difficult now for Fight for Life, as you get the feeling they are fighting for their lives, pushing in. More shots coming through from Habako as he dances around the side. Now, as he gets closer and closer to the shack, at some point, the last standing member, Hercules, who somehow is still alive, will eventually take the opportunity to backstab in behind Fight for Life, and Vacation gets the knock onto Not Sure Mate as he reveals his position.
He's got the res as well. They're back to a 2, Gibson. How has he got away with being able to call round the building and get that res on? So NHS are already strong already. They've put some points on the board. Freedom Fighters unfortunately get eliminated, as the call will be coming through that the player is in the building. Wait for the push now. Pretty far coming out the other side. The Vector not causing the damage. Kurt's going to force these players through as the nade goes in behind. They've not moved. They've got to come out one side. Actually jumping back up. How long until that nade goes, and surprisingly doesn't get any knocks from it.
Yeah, but he did do enough damage. The blue zone coming in now as well will force MG to push around. Stone Blade comes through. Invocation blind fires, hoping, dreaming to catch anything but NHS. THS eliminated. Midgard's managed to pick up that one, and now we're in the placing points. And this is what, after all, we're waiting for. Let the numbers inside Buxan thin themselves out, and now in the late game, start to pick them apart. But Knock's going to be sustained under one. Enan's going to fall down now as well, as D-Tolt and Fight for Life are really battling their way out. 884 damage for D-Tolt, and he's only gotten 4 kills to show for it, and he's going to get eliminated as Al-Zaim will pick that one up. Habako and Klim now, the last 2 standing players of Habako as things stand, may be able to get their teammates back on their feet, but the blue zone is moving.
Look at that. They're also on the map, of that mini-map here. Nothing's impossible. Coming in on that top side, they can hear all the action here, and with the numbers going down, they're going to want to try and get some kills. So I think after all, we're very eager to either deal the damage and get out of here as best they can. They've lost out by the waterfall here, so Baku's the only one who'll be able to get the res, and instantly seeing now nothing's impossible. Trying to make it impossible for any of these teams now to come out of Buxan, and it was going to be a little bit of a bloodbath, and there comes the first shot. Becker goes down. Quick flush off the board, though. We are finding, after all, down to their final players. Going to have to dodge, duck, and dive as he gets a little bit of cover behind these cars, but MG, they're going to be looking again to wrap around the top side. Can be a bit fighting the bottom, and no lids, no dream, and nothing's impossible. Chucking in the utility. He's not going down, still refusing. Taking initial shots back onto the ones and waiting for the time, and the only time that's going to come in was going to be that util kill, as after all, eventually going down 7th place for them. I think we'd be disappointed with that one, Gibson.
Yeah, they decided to stay in Buxan Sa. They didn't rotate out early, and because of it, they didn't really get either the things they wanted. They didn't get Zone's position or the points from everybody trying to flee on out. Now, Cyber is waiting just below for Toxic players. 8 kills for them on the board, 6 for him, as the damage to kill ratio was looking pretty damn good here as well. We'll be ready to pump up again and add another one to the tally. Free fires around the corner, gets himself one, and will flush that one out onto Kuzma as well. Al-Zaim knocked on top of the waterfall as he gets floated from all sides, and he drops out as well. And as it stands, Mintguard's down to just Dessa TV left alive, and Hellboy peeking the rock will fire back. Dessa tapping away with the MK12, doing a lot of damage. Headshot found, but both these players just one shot away from death, and this is another opportunity here for more points to be gathered by Toxic players.
Yeah, Toxic can come and third party this again. They've got such a great angle now. I think they're just trying to figure out exactly where these shots are coming from. It is a bit of a head-to-head battle now on the outside of blue. We see it a lot. Here comes the exposure, and unfortunately just getting there in the nick of time, as MG do go down 6th place for them, and can't quite see the player for Nothing Is Impossible at the top. Now, Nothing Is Impossible started yesterday, and they got the win. Now, they got the win from the compound, and yeah, the rest of the games have done quite well, but I was looking at them thinking, hey, do you need that hard cover to be able to survive? It looks like it's not the case. They are getting involved, and the kills are rattling themselves up on 6 themselves, and all these teams are going to be low down on numbers, but the ones that are not going to get aggressive. They're going to push their way in. Our Ghouls are with 3. They play in now on that sort of northeast corner. Surprised that Aces, though, went down to only a solo, and Who with that 2-2 split. So really 2 teams here looking to drive the win. A couple of solos remaining. Will we see the solos maybe team up and take some of these teams? Not sure, but Toxic's definitely getting involved as Aces dodge, duck, and dive, getting denied his way into zone, and have to take another rethink about this one. Smokes are going to be crucial, and does have a few in the board, and the Grows are in their hand, but the Who right in front of him. Does the Who know he's here? Kind of feel like they don't at the moment, as they aren't checking behind him at all.
No, they don't, and he's going to wait for the perfect time to ride that blue on and pick up at least 1, maybe 2 names to take along with him the other way. Hellboy gets the knock onto Sloy Jacket as he sustains another one this time around, as NI are really doing a good job of just saying nothing is impossible. That's another knock on the board as Loy, put in the DBNO, turns his attention to the last standing member of CMG. This could be huge from the Nothing Is Impossible side. Nade at the ready. Pin will be pulled. Tosses it up over that ridge line, but nothing found behind that tree. He's a little bit to the left, but while this is going on, it keeps Toxic players safe as well with their last player alive. All in all, Mark, it's huge. I'm impressed that CMG got this up.
I am impressed. The amount of barrage. I know we're adding in the the mortar damage. But look, good shout. Nothing is possible. Taking them one at a time to get the secondary knock. Unable to find that third player. Just didn't have the information. And if he was landing those nades there the first time round, I think it would have been a bit different here. Blue zone nade does go down. It's going to force CMG slightly forward. And on the front foot now to try and take it. It is still a 2-on-1. The smokes will be burning their way out as Hellboy now maybe gets a second chance as the Who stop the push here from the Ghouls. They're going to be itching to get themselves up to the top ground, and I think it is the right call here from Hellboy, disengaging, level 3 vest keeping him alive, and it might be a head-to-head between him and Toxic as both of these just sit on the outside and maybe waiting for these numbers to go down.
They're both just hoping for the nice opportunity to get some points. Loy will get a knock on the Who, and now that could be Hellboy's signal to push back to CMG. Nade's going to be tossed, falls a little bit too far away as Seifu gets wiped out on the edge of the zone. 4v1, v1, v1. One member down for Who, probably going to get red. Hellboy spots out.
Oh.
His one there goes Cyber. He's going to fall. TP eliminated, and that's 8 kills now for Nothing Is Impossible. It's a 4v1v1. Both of these solo players are completely revealed on the map. So the question is, where do they go? Which player is going to get picked up first? Because look what the Who have done. They've taken complete zone control.
Oh, yeah. But they pushed in quite early, that 2-2 split. The zone came back to them. Give or take, that zone was the right, favoured the Who. But do you know what? The split here, these solos are doing a bit of damage. I kind of thinking Nothing's Impossible is making things not so impossible at the moment. But can he take a 4-on-1? I think he needed CMG or Goulds to maybe take one of the knocks, take one of the kills there, and maybe put this to a 4-on-3 or to standard the odds, because as the Who come up and over, they don't know exactly where he is, but with the speed that he's transitioning around the ridge line, I think he's going to get picked up. The only advantage he's got is they could potentially come in one at a time.
Well, there's a 2v1 that's about to pop up, so his target selection has to be on point if he wants to get at least 1 or 2 kills out of this one. Has a little look behind him, but there's nobody there. He doesn't know that. There's the peek on up, but he misses the shots. And now he has... Look, I wish he did, but I think he's going to stand his ground and fight. Playing by the tree, stun grenade comes through. You can see Presenti will be the first one to step on up and try to cause him a bit of a problem. He got the shots onto the head, but Presenti gets the kill. 4-kill chicken dinner for Who. They waited till late, but they got their rewards, and they take the win on game number 1 of the night, 7 of the week.
A good game, really good game, good start. Tiego's mad. I told you Tiego is generally quite a mad game, and obviously with those rotations, Zone not helping, Buxan became a very focal point for a lot of the teams. I think Archer are going to be disappointed they didn't capitalize on the kills they needed to get there. Yeah, they had that decision to make, and they were sort of half in, half out. Do they go back to the hills and maybe hold the guys out from the hillside? That might have been a better call because of that flat ground. They kind of committed that way. They then stopped Gibson. They focused their point back in towards Buxan, and they just got third party, left, right, and centre. Couldn't clear the kills. I think they're going to be disappointed from that one.
Disappointed, yes, but it's game number 1 of the night. There's still plenty more PUBG to play this week for these sides, so a bad start to the week isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world. You spoke a lot about Tego. Now, one thing that I will say, though, and you're talking about the craziness and the action of Tego, it is down to the fact that it is a new map in the rotation. So it's not like Erangel or Miramar, where everybody knows what way teams are pushing, where they're going to push from, what the common rotates are. It's all being learned on the fly. So because of that, you will see a lot of action in the early to mid game. I'd say by the end of the year, maybe the end of next year, it'll play a lot more similar to the other 2 maps.
Yeah, you're 100% right. We speak about a lot on stream at the moment. It is new. Yes, yeah, look, you guys in chat will be arguing that it's been in ranked for so long and they should have had time to practice. Esports is very different, and it comes down to those rotations. We've seen a lot of teams not getting caught just on the roads, on the field. A lot of people trying to take what they believe is a safe route. Players being in random locations. And yes, for me, Tiego has that open ground, but when you get into those sort of forestry areas, it allows for these 1 and 2 players just to hide and dip away, and that then the team rolls into what they think is a completely clear area. Next thing they find is people are jumping out between every bush and crevice in between there and the sea, and they eventually go down. So what we are going to do is take a very, very quick break, and we're going to bring up one more Tiego so we get to see the action unfold again, because it is going to be madness. So look, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Lobby is nearly done, so we'll be 5 minutes on the clock, but I think we're going to be about 3 minutes or so. So I'll see you guys in a second.
And now I'm in your head.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Madhouse. That is our MEA League that is done weekly. If you want to know, we'll get you a Discord link. Get yourself involved. It's free entry. Your teams get in. It's run like the Premiership division. You've got this sort of Division 1, which is what we're casting now. Division 2, you come in at Division 2. You work your way up. You get to the top spots, top 8. You can find yourself in this top lobby, and away you go. It's always interesting, and there's money up for grabs. It's all run. Give these guys some support, give them some love, follow them on Twitter. I'll get your Discord links out in chat as well. But hey Gibson, what do you think of the first game before this flight path comes in?
It was hectic again. You know, it was one of those ones. This is my first time casting Tego. You know what the thing is though about Tego that I like? Nothing is set in stone yet. You know, we don't have any fancy call-outs like we have on Miramar or we have on Arangel. So a lot of these players have the opportunity to get spots named after them if they do big plays. Like I expect when we get to PGS2 that we will have some locations on this map named after players already for huge plays. Speaking of PGS2, Mark, you spoke about it. It's going to be played at Gamers 8.
Huge.
Now, all I'm going to say is I worked Gamers 8 last year for a different title. And these players are going to love every second of the hospitality they're going to get out there. They put on a good show out there. And if I was a player, I would be really looking forward to getting a chance to qualify.
Right, I'm scrubbing for my tickets, but definitely going to qualify. But before qualification, let's throw ourselves in. It is map number 2 this evening. It's going to be another Diego. We'll see you guys in a second. Here we go. It's map number 8. Technically map number 2 this evening on Lance Diego before we transition across to the sandy shores of Miramar, but with a northeast down towards the southwest, but with so much unplayable on that east-hand side and southeast, you might get your studio who was asking for their Gibson off the game number 1.
I want it. I want to cast it. Is studio going to be my...
Zaki?
Let's say Zarky. Yeah, I've never had a Zarky cast. Now, Mark, I will say this, though. The last time you and I casted a qualifier, we got a Miramar Island finish. So, like...
Game number 1 as well, wasn't it? Game number 1. It was a mad one, I can tell you that.
I was broken. I'm not going to lie, it broke me. Speaking of breaking, one of these lines are going to be broken in the early stages. These sides drop inside of Kang. Looks like it's going to be an actual contested drop as well. And Fight for Life, they finally managed to regroup on the side, but they got to be careful because Marshall already has an AK in his hands, and he had a line of sight down to the window, but with no helmet and no vest on him just yet, he elects that now is not the time to re-peek.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard. I think he done the right thing. You kind of throw it the dice still at that point. You get knocked, yeah, maybe you're going to catch your feet, but the longer he leaves, the longer he holds that ankle, will that team be kitted and peek that window and get the knock? And with an M249, I definitely want to be on that roof with no lid. Looks like our Fight for Life, though, are wrapping around. They are pushing away, but the good thing is they are pushing away together. So they are going to cap, and they might be able to isolate the individual player here as H and N going backwards and forwards here and now. Got to become here and now as a bit of a squad, and they continue this split. I think they're going to get picked off one at a time as Fight for Life. I think they're doing the right rotation.
Yeah, well, the good thing for K-Time is this is the real only way that he can get pushed from in the early stages of this fight, so he can drop in behind and just wait for those players to push up the stairs. The shotgun from Dito, though, will tick his knees from beneath him. He's going to be put into DBNO and quickly flushed on the sides of H&N now. Will look to fight back, but you can just see that tree providing just about enough cover so Marshall cannot get the angle that he would desire onto the 4-man of Fight for Life.
This goes back to your point. This is because it's a new map, right? So this is what we are seeing. The teams don't know the angles. They're not muscle memory 100% yet. They don't know the third story building was blocked out by that tree there. I think as we see this develops more towards this sort of PCS2, PGC2, it's going to come through and actually make a big difference to a lot of these teams. And got to get that muscle memory in, and it's a bit of a trial and error, but you don't want to go out too early. You go out too early, don't get the opportunity to keep practicing, and you've got to go back to the drawing board and wait for the next round. And unfortunately for Diego, it's going to be tomorrow now for these teams.
Yeah, that's the one thing I will say. I love the fact that we rotate between maps every 2 now, and it means that, you know, for the viewers who like the lives a little bit more spicy, like to change things up a little, they're going to love the way the competitive PUBG is going to be. The players, I'm not so sure. You know, some teams like to build momentum on maps and get up huge point tallies on maps that they favor. We know in the past some teams historically liked Erangel, some historically liked Miramar. Well, now you're going to get less games than ever on those maps as you need to adapt to this new format.
Yeah, and with the format, you're right, it's just the momentum. I think like the teams that have the momentum are not going to like it. The teams that go out early are not going to like it. The guys and girls in the middle, they might be all right with it. But for a viewership point of view, I quite like this. I was talking to the guys that run this event, actually, how did you find it? I said, do you know what, as a cast, I quite liked it. We've got 2 games. Then it felt like another 2 games, and it felt like another 2 games. It didn't feel like 6 games to me. Different plays, different styles, different teams like different style of map as well. So some really came alive on the smaller map of Wrangle. Some preferred these bigger maps as well. So definitely good to see. I think it's the way to go for PUBG.
You're casting with me tonight, though, so it will feel like 6 maps. You know, you'll feel it tonight, Mark.
Never, mate, never. Good wrap though.
4x.
Go on, mate, go on.
The spray, Mark. The 4x spray just a little bit too high, and this is the thing that happens. He gets the line of sight, he gets the aim an inch or so above the head, holds the recoil perfectly, but unfortunately for him, the recoil's perfectly in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I think this is obviously here and now went out quite early, and after, I'm going to say, dropping quite aggressively, they instantly went to this defense mode, and good shot on the shotgun, able to get one. Maybe they can capitalize on the point. Needs to focus on the secondary push. Does get the secondary as well as he pops the gas can. Just in enough time, that explosion is going to do the damage, and that might just be enough. I was just worried for a moment there. H&N just on the defensive, they were waiting for the fight for life that were coming for him, and they were coming pretty quickly for them. Lucky enough, though, to get the knock on the shotgun, right guy in the right place.
That's massive. That play is huge for H&N now. As two members of Fight for Life fall, and all of a sudden they're the ones that are on the back foot now. Kane is peeking around the side of this. Will spot out the head, but the angle doesn't really work in his favor. That's a beautiful spray, but he gets him down to 1 HP. And Marshall will just have to wait a moment. DX is going to get that flush confirmed or knock on to Source, meaning that there's just one member of Fight for Life left on his feet over the side of the map. Kane's going to have to go get the res. But all I'm going to say, Mark, is H&N have bounced back beautifully in this engagement.
They just need to get aggressive now. They need to finish this fight off, and looks like they eventually made the call. And playing good flash coming through. Vector could be dangerous. Vector 4 times, not quite sure as he tries to get out the way of the blue zone nade, and it pushes him enough to a degree that we do see our H&N team get the kills and confirm. Rest of the teams, though, come in. We don't quite get the studio. Just tinker on the edge, but a lot of teams rotating around the bottom side. And again, with the new emergency pickups, I think with these type of zones on the east-hand side, to see more of them. After all, though, they already lost one here, and they are making the play across. Nothing's impossible. Trying to stick the res right under the nose of Klim. Doesn't quite get away with it as he works his way around. And the anchor player, though, for Hellboy, for Nothing's Impossible, unfortunately, finds himself down to a solo, and you've got to get that knock, though. It's crucial that he got that knock there.
Yeah, inches away from getting the res as well as time almost worked from Hellboy. Takes some damage from who? Off in the distance, steps back into the smoke. He's got himself a little bit caught out in the open. Klim will confirm out those 2 kills as who will wrap around, attempt to flush this one up. And one thing we saw being deployed in that last fight was the blue zone nade. And again, I've not had the chance to cast since they came in, but in my opinion, all the changes that PUBG have made, they're changing it up so that maybe competitive is a little bit more like ranked. They've added in the redeployments, they've added in all the new weapons, like the AUG is now available in the game. I think the blue zone nade is the one that's going to have the biggest impact on the meta of PUBG and the competitive scene as it stands. At the moment, you've got teams like Luminosity, teams like Navi, who love to dominate compounds. Their macro play is so good for getting themselves covers, and those blue zone grenades are just going to make it impossible to play the same way. Nava jumps on out and almost takes down Revans as he falls. But back on that point, Mark, it's true. I think the blue zone nades are going to just change the core on how competitive PUBG is played.
Yeah, I think the blue zone names are the ones that came up the most in question, I feel, because it can be very powerful. When teams know and adapt to those nades, they're going to be used so effectively. A couple of other bits that have come up, the emergency pickup is a bit of a 50-50. Some people like it, some people don't. I kind of like it because that changes the meta in the sense that teams where we see, well, as casters, we used to see teams getting caught on the outside of the zone. Those hard zone shifts became real difficulty for some of these teams, and initial shots don't come over as Midgard does pick him up. It was the anchor player that got him though. Second one goes down, Nate gets chucked away, so Cool was like, we've already got the secondary player, now focus on the players a little bit further away. Midgard here, I think they're just piecing apart NHS at the moment.
It's not really going well for a lot of these sides. We're seeing the same names popping up in the kill feed over and over and over again over the first 2 maps on the night. NHS are going to attempt to flee the scene as they come under heavy fire, making their way south as well. Looking around the rest of the map, the northeast is pretty much free real estate. There's nobody up there, but you do have Sad Smile. They're in pretty close proximity to 1433. I think we've got toxic players over around that section of the map as well, as the drop is going to land in and make things maybe a little bit interesting for toxic players.
Yeah, they've got to obviously work their way around. Sad style with that 2-2 split working well. Let's come back to my point about the emergency pickup. With this zone now, if this zone shifts really far, let's say the zone goes down south, right? It pushes its way down towards studio. Those teams, 1453 at the very, very top, north, push and shoot, they can just pick up an emergency pickup now and get in. Unlike what we'd see historically, all these teams in the northeast corner, it just becomes a sea of colour, especially with 17 teams to remain. 56 players are up. I actually believe the blue zone nade is going to be very impactful, but I think that's going to be a bit more of a longer game, Gibson. As these teams learn it and use it more, it's going to become more effective. But definitely from the initial update, The shields have been good. Some people carrying it, I think it's a bit more of a gimmick. It kind of worked, not kind of worked. But the ability to be able to rotate a different way across the map, military islands, things like that, has actually really changed the dynamic. These teams and players are not having to focus just what's in front of them. Every so often, they've got to look up because there could be a complete descent of a team.
Yeah, Dessa TV with the AUG looking to shut down Sad Smiling. Speaking of other ways, the glider mark's a funny one because
good one.
it's fun, but it doesn't take a lot of bullets. You know, it's pretty easy to take down if you've got the right weapon and the right players. These pro players will easily take a glider out of the sky. Now, this is a fun fight that's about to kick off. DPS and 1-4.
DPS have wrapped around.
Yeah.
Nice wrap on him. He has gone a bit more aggressive on this one. And Molly does come in, backing away. I don't know if he knows the players on the roof. Does try to jump up and over. Molly catches him. Just to give up and go into the car. That's going to be one down for DPS. They've got to get one quite quick. The comms do come back. They do get the damage done, but it's not the knock needed. DPS got to continue pushing forward here. 1-for-1 R-split is a 2-2. I just worry. DPS have got that anchor player, and how much damage can they do from the back? Had a story though, going to try an element of cover, but yeah, he really hasn't got that much to look at.
Tried to land the shots, but it ain't going well. The smoke grenade will be tossed out as they'll attempt to get that res. Octonite playing a little bit aggressive up on the front lines for DPS. Will pull the pin on the nade, but as you see, the smoke wall's being created to allow the tier player to just crawl back into cover as both these sides look to just reset. Blue zone nade forces him back the other way. The real nade should do enough damage, and down he falls. Maestro down and out. Kabooms gets the knock on to Pooh though, and now peeking around the side. It's going to be Hashrama. Takes one side, dancing around the blue fence, looking to find the knock, tosses the stun grenade mark, and you can just see that that's another kill picked up as Kabooms does it, and this may potentially allow a res.
Yeah, it should allow the res. He is coming down off that hillside at the back. So Hellastroy, I think, putting himself in a better position now to cover the res. The res does happen, and now the push coming in. They do have 1-for-1 split as well. I think they just need to isolate the individual players, take these fights one at a time, and work the down 1-for-1. All they can do really is hold the angles and try and maybe take a one-on-one fight where possible against DPS, but like what we just saw in the kill feed, we just saw instant squad going out. Ghouls were taken out by Fairy Tales, and that's over the ridge line. If they get a bit bored, they might want to get involved if this fight lengthens itself out. Down to a one-shot though. DPS eventually picking up the angles. 1-for-1 goes down to their final player now. He does get that knock. Maybe a point on the board. He's going to go for a bit of a charge on it, and is he going to get caught? They do hold the angle. Can't quite get it. He's got no U2 in the back pocket. Just trying to beg, borrow, and steal to try and get a point here. And DPS, they're doing the right thing. They want to end it quickly. And they do. And they're able to get the res as well. Good hold. I really like that. We do see teams forget about actually holding the pushes. 1-for-1 had blood sight in their eye. They wanted that point on the board, and they were denied it.
They had no right to keep everybody up.
No.
In that scenario, they had no right whatsoever, but they won the gunfight. And it buys them a little bit of time and a little bit of real estate in a very good area of the map. The zone will close in 40 seconds time. You can just start to picture some of these rotations that you will see. Toxic players, they're going to rotate from the southeast up towards the north. They may get caught out though as they look to make their way inside the zone. Hopping up on the ridgeline is going to be Sandy as he just peeks and should get a line of sight towards the players that are holding his way inside the zone. Gets on the move again, and here now can hear this rotation as it happens.
Well, this is what I like about Diego. It's the rotations. One, I don't know him more because of a caster point of view, but I just, again, it's that these teams are learning them a bit at a time. They're trying to figure out. We've seen a lot more zeking of the cars and trying to cruise their way in and trying to ensure they get a nice clean shot. Initial shots though from H&N do come in as the flare goes up in the background to try and pick up a little bit of extra loot on 1453. Might be subject to here and now grows as they roll straight in. I said this earlier, I feel for 1453 mechanically doing everything right. They're just getting caught on rotation, so I feel like they just need to do what they're doing but like 4 or 5 seconds before they start doing it.
This is the thing though, that's the difference between good teams and great teams, is decision making happens a lot quicker. April gets the knock on to DX, but you see Bachi from Sad Smile gets one back on the toxic players as they continue to rotate in from the southeastern side. Now, the res will be picked up and Garaki's going to move in to attempt to get the flush. They're down inside the polytunnels, looking across the way. The res has been garnered, and now Garaki will look to attempt to find the knock again. Shots coming in from his teammate onto Bob. Gets inside the back seat. There's the driver in, and that's a nice shot from Garaki. And another one is down. Goes 2 members of Toxic Players. The rotate didn't work. They're threading the needle now, and there's the terrain on Tego, causing a little bit of havoc here for Toxic Players. They managed to get 2 players inside the zone, but they did lose 2 teammates in the heat of the battle.
Oh, it's just horrible. He saw that player, didn't he? He knew he was going to get in that driver's seat, patiently waiting, picked him up. There was 1, instantly 2. They took the driver. They knew they had to replace the driver again. Nice little 1-2, and then Toxic doing the right call, but instant decision made to go, hey, we can't take this fight anymore. We need to get ourselves in towards zone. Couple of teams though, they're neighbouring each other. Toxic with our H&N. We obviously got the chase now coming in. The confirms for Sad. They got decision making, but a lot of field play in the southeast corner though as we work our way up. Looks like maybe thinning the pack out slightly. 14 teams with 38 players left alive. A few with a bit of space. A couple of solos, and there goes that hard shift again. Goes up to the top. We leave all the fields. We leave the town. Only 1 compound left to grab really, and again, like I feel like game number 1, we're going to see teams now hold the outside edge and try and play in a bit later. Give them the drops on the outside, but Toxic getting back on the driving seat as H&N receive a knock.
Yeah, a lot of open ground here again, though, and it's not one the players are going to favour. Cyber looking out through the window, having seen his teammate pick up that knock. H&N are going to be forced to regroup, but the thing is, Toxic Players, they've got a decision to make again. Do you rotate early and make your way in? You're on maybe one of the deeper sides of the zone, so you need to move just a little bit quicker, but here and now, we'll regroup. Oh, Marshall, you need to vault your way up. There you go. He'll get up onto this rooftop and be able to pick up that res, and you can see Toxic Players are getting ready to get on the move again.
Yeah, it's good. It's about all rotation now. Whilst we're losing numbers, they're down. Ace is down as well. 2 teams again, expect to be quite high. Push and shoot doing what push and shoot do, and love a little bit of a spread. They love to go farm as much as they can. And interesting, they've only got 0. They got 0 kills on the board at the moment. It's still a lot out there, but it's a team that can fight on their ones quite well. Does identify. 1453 gets exposed slightly. I don't know if he knows there's a player behind. As Ghost, as soon as those shots start coming out, we'll see Sarah to be not so much of a ghost anymore, and maybe Folk would have point back at push and shoot. Don't need to shoot because Sarah does pick up good shots though, as York seems to be the gun of choice now, and that should be a quick kill confirmed. This is the downside with push and shoot, and when they play really far apart, trying to farm as much information, they go down some numbers quite quickly.
Yeah, after also getting himself in a bit of a fight here too, is Pooh will spray into the distance, trying to pick up one, looking the other way. Drive-by comes on through, and Sad Smile will get that knock. DPS now, they managed to survive a big fight a little bit earlier. Are they going to be able to do the same again? Octonite peeks on up, a little bit of damage taken. Hashirama confirms out that one on the Garaki. Bachi will confirm out Pooh, as both these sides now down to 3 players up. Octonite peeking up towards the roof, does a lot of damage, tries to close the door, but couldn't get it shut. Instead, he gets shut down, and DPS wiped out in 14th place. 13 teams left alive with 19 minutes on the clock, and after Alt get eliminated here and now. Battling it out with 14:53 on the edge of the zone as well. As Toxic Players begin peeking up over the ridge line as 3 teams begin to compete for this eastern side.
This is where it gets a bit hectic, but look, this was the first me Gibson. That was the first time I saw I can't and an emergency pickup push. That was really well executed from Sad Smile. The timing was really spot on. They able to jump up the plane, land the compound, as well as they crashed the cars in. And do you know what? 11 kills, well deserved here, lads. I quite like that. That's a first from me.
Yeah, 11 kills for Sad Smile. And they now once more find themselves in a pretty good position inside the zone. Looking at this other side of the map, Shmoney Sound, they need to smoke their way inside, down towards the south. We've got a lot of teams that need to rotate, and it's going to become a bit of a melting pot on the southern side of the zone. Alpaca with that arm, and that thing will pack a punch. And, you know, I'm a big fan of the arm. You know me, and a good friend, Crot. We love bolties.
Yeah, it's just a sound, that ring across the map, and you know it's successful. And you see an AWM coming that kill feed, you're like, yep, I'm not going that way because that guy is on point. A little bit of a tilt as Toxic and our push to shoot tinker on the edge. Because surprised, as mentioned before, push shoot on 0 kills should be able to hit a pitter patter the footstow. Toxic here the same. He lays down, got the recall. Beryl comes up, goes for the re-peek though, and he's got the heads down as the AWM. And she rolls down, unfortunately, re-peeking the same time. Groza, so it does win the fight on the other side. So a bit of a 1v1 battle now. So push and shoot opting to take their fights either side. Toxic losing one, push and shoot losing one. Again, it's a bit of a clash of the heads, and I fear there's going to be more teams coming in. We do have another solo, though. Money a little bit further out in that northeast corner. We do have HNN kind of descending their way down here. Looks like they are running to go get these kills where possible as push and shoot. Get the ability to maybe get the res. I don't know if Toxic have got any util. They have. You kind of throw it away here now, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, you can hear the gunshots happening a little bit up to the northeast as well, so he's not too keen to push this one as push and shoot and make their way over this direction as well. It actually looks like Sondi is going to wrap it behind. He does fire a shot away, gets the knock on to Blazor, and there's Alpaca. Takes a bit of damage, but Alpaca does have the armor Felix uses, but keeps the barrel in the back pocket. He's got to fight on multiple battles. Takes down Marshall, and now he's focusing again on Sondi, who dips into some cover. But there is another member of Shmoney surrounding up on top of the ridge line. He's going to one-tap TP outside of the lobby. Tosses the nade down towards Alpaca. He takes even more damage this time around. But somehow, he is there. Let me be real with you here. I don't know how Alpaca's still alive. See what I did there?
Oh, yeah, mate. Oh, yeah, this is what you do. You love it. The surprising that Nay didn't take him, mate. I'll be honest with you, but he's still surviving. But he's got to now survive a tactical sad smile as they push in, and they're used to using their vehicles in this terrain, and they do keep one of the cars alive. Maybe the option for the only the two seaters is they've got to put the emergency pickups in play, but push and shoot still surviving. 3 kills on the board, and the team that didn't have any kills pops up and over. Sad smile putting an end towards his vest, and the lid is held with a bit of duct tape, and it wasn't going to be long though. Utility raining in. Push and shoot getting the points. 7th place out with them.
6 teams left alive. We've still got a couple of teams in pretty good positions. Zone will close once more, who have a great 4-man stack on that west side of the zone towards the South Freedom Fighter. They've still got 4 members up as well as they look down towards Aces, and Aces are going to get eliminated. That's 2 teams falling in the blink of an eye, and now we are down to just Freedom Fighters, who, Sad Smile, and FT. I'm going to ask you, Mark, which of these sides, whose shoes would you like to be in this 4v4, v3, v2?
Oh, I'm back in sad just because of that play. I still can't get over the car parachute play thing, Majiggy. Whose idea was that? Like, that was someone's been watching Saving Private Ryan or something, and they're like, hey, we can do that. We've got to eventually pick up now in PUBG. I'm going to be able to breach the stone walls and parachute in at exactly the same time behind enemy lines to cause a bit of damage. But I've got to back sad. But hey, what about yourself? Who are you going to be taking for the win now on game number 2?
I like the Who's position. I'm not going to lie, they've got aggressive on FT. They're trying to take the compound. Yes, it's down inside a little bit of a dog bowl, which could make it difficult to fight your way on up, but it's center of the zone right now, and they're just extending out a little bit. Sad Smile, 14 kills. They're dominating the lobby on a point perspective so far, but you've got 3 men. There's 2 teams with more than you. You need to fight your way on out. Oh my god, the high ego player, he's going to get taken down, and all of a sudden, can I change my answer?
No, you committed now. No training and quality purposes. No 50-50 kind of friend, mate, on this one, because I do like the Who's game style, though, because we saw it in game 1. They pushed aggressively in for zone. Remember, they had that 2-2 split. Yeah, admittedly, they had a bit of zone, right? But I kind of like the Who's thinking. They're happy to push aggressively into zone to take it. The question is, are they just warmed up to finish it off? Because their side has been slightly quieter with only 4 kills, unable to crawl his way outside that blue nade, as our sad team do have the high grounds. But now we are seeing the sad team make the aggression out. They identified an individual here for the Who, the anchor player. He now has to come in, and Who using the utility well and pinpoint accuracy. The car sucking that one up completely. It's unfortunate it doesn't go underneath. That car will eventually blow, and I think the Who made the right call. Just leave that car alone. It becomes a bit of a magnet for those nades, and oh my god, what? He must have an extra life underneath the belt of that one.
Might need a couple more extra lives too in this scenario, as he's on the very northern side. The rest of Sad Smile, they're towards the east, still pushing in. We've still got the full 4-man of Freedom Fighter that could push in from the southern side as well. So really, we're in that 10th side. We're waiting on the next team to make its move. Now, a drop is going to come in. And the big thing about Tego drops is there's going to be a lot of goodies that might just be gettable, but even more so, a little bit of cover.
Yeah, that is the advantage, especially on those fields. Drop. Yeah, those field endings, they do provide the cover. We saw it yesterday. Teams able to play off the drops. Actually, that sounds really bad, Gibson, but actually waiting for a drop to fall on top of someone. Does it kill him instantly? If someone was laying low and didn't pick up the drop and it lands on him, is that a thing? Is PUBG thought about this? Because it's not just one drop anymore, it's a barrage of free utility and refresh of gear, should we say.
So what you're saying is you want a player to become a pancake.
Yeah.
You're wishing that fate onto a player.
I just want to see what the little icon is in the top right-hand corner of the kill feed. Does it look like a little box appear, maybe? Or is it a falling emoji? I don't know.
A little care package?
Yeah, like a little care package, death by care. No, unfortunately, we don't get any pancakes today. It does fall in between the temptation between our freedom fighters who aggressively were consistent, especially, I mean, the day number 1 of this event, and it looks like they are tinkering on the edge. Do you get caught with your hands in the cookie jar? Because Sad, a little bit further out, I think they'll be the team that might hold out the cookie jar and be policing it slightly, but they do need to rotate their way in. God, Gibson, what, for Sad, pick the individual player, maybe isolate the solo, but does that overcommit you for a little bit later?
They're going to. They're sending it. They're going to try take him down. So Presenti, well, they're taking the northern side of the zone. Presenti is going to be in and around throwable range now as he takes even more damage from Sad Smile. As you said, they have decided what way they're going to play this now. Now, they're lucky because the rest of the Who can't push out of this compound without getting pushed in the back from the Freedom Fighter. So it's actually a very clever move that's been done by Sad Smile. So Presenti's just got to try to live his best life, stay alive as long as possible, and hope that his teammates can maybe engage with friendly fire. And Presenti's going to be the first one to do that.
Yeah, this is where his smoke's coming to play. It looks like he's going to make a call to go forward. For me, I would have popped the smoke out a little bit on the other side just to block the firing from our FF team, as our freedom fighters will get a free shot on him if they want to aggress a little bit more on this west-hand side, but Who are stuck and Sad spreading themselves out. They seem a bit more dialed in for me. I just worried maybe they can deal with the momentum shift as our freedom fighters are getting ever closer towards that cookie jar. As the Who, I just feel like they're just going to lay low. They're on their stomachs there. I think there's much more they can do from here apart from just try and survive it out. And Presenti unfortunately does go down and out, so leaves it down to a 4v2 v3. And here comes the zone shift. We should go to the wire, and the wire is going to go all the way down towards the Sad. This is going to push out a little bit more on that west-hand side of this compound, and it's like our freedom fighters, they know this as they now progress forward, going past these little shacks.
Hercules confirms that one out. Now Sad Smile getting pushed on by Freedom Fighter. This is all playing into the Who's favour. They wanted Sad Smile to engage, but now Freedom Fighter are going to push closer and closer now. Who about to prep around the corner, and Gu Ashigo is going to get one, making it now a 2v2v3 of standing players. Bachi is going to get that knockback the other side, and it's now a 2v1v3 as there's just one remaining member of the Who, and he's prone inside the polytunnel and moving on in a Sad Smile. Yokaram probably knowing that there's a player close by. They're literally separated by just a sheet of fabric as it stands, and I'm sure Boostik's position as he just moved around on the prone was revealed even more.
I don't think he'll know Boostix is there because he's not moved for some time. Boostik definitely, for the Who, will know there's Sad Smile on top here. Freedom Fighter's trying to get the high ground as they have identified Sad Smile moving around the other sides, and let's go down to a 1. If he comes any further over towards the west, he is going to be picked up, and Sad Smile do stack up, and they are going to try and isolate the individual player. Good flank though, as one does come up and over, but kind of denied. And the Who, I feel like, is the one to watch because no matter which way our FF team come rolling in, it could be subject to them. Sad do pick up not just one, they get the 2. Freedom Fighter's going to try and give them a bit of freedom of movement. Sad do get picked up, and he's not spotted. You know, he's laying low. He gets up now. He misses him. Sad go down to their final player, and the Who coming out alive. Wants to now get the clutch. He gets on one, able to get a scab from that one. Another point on the board. He's now on to 4 himself. Freedom Fighters down for a 2 as he goes back to the initial position. Might allow Freedom Fighters a bit of time to get that res, and Who, I think he exposed himself at the right time. He put another point on the board and able to get himself back. I would have hoped he might have pushed himself out to the outside edge and maybe into the final zone area.
Yeah, Boostic dropping even more utility into position, and that blue zone nade is going to spread just not far enough to force them to move from this position. So focused now on the polytunnel are the members of Freedom Fighters. Still one member of Sad Smile left alive. Now 2 actually as they get rotating in behind. They're wrapping down towards the south, down to the low ground. The rest of Freedom Fighters are now moving too, and this could be a freebie here for Bachi as he steps across the side, spots the head through the truck, but Hercules shuts him down, gets the double, and it's now a 3 versus 1, and Boostic now has to move. Steps into the yellow smoke, gets the spray onto 1, there's 1 knock on to Corvance. Now the next player is going to push it away, Hercules this time, who chased the lead, but Boostic forced to reload, 30 bullets left behind. He goes prone, he gets it, it's just 19 bullets in a dream now as he gets himself into a 1 versus 1 with Stallions, who's got center zone position. But all I'm going to say, Mark, is Boostic needs ammo.
You called this, mate. You called this, but he does need ammo. He's got a few drops behind him. Maybe a little cheeky run through will give him enough because Freedom Fighters got a bit too confident there. Maybe it was that call, you know it, we've all been in that party, is the, he's one shot. He clearly wasn't one shot as he'll be going, who the hell was one shot at the end? Able to take the time, but he has taken the time to unfortunately run out of ammo. Now, doesn't need much because if we notice, Freedom Fighters got no lid and he's got a pretty tanked level 2 vest. It's going to be who gets the headshot first. I fear you might be right, but the Who might take this one. He's going to have to try and check a couple off, but he's definitely more stacked here. 16 points, 16 bullets in the chamber. Just needs to figure out. Player does get out. The bush cover, though, comes into play. Doesn't quite see him. I think he's now seeing the outside edge. Does whip a couple of shots over and leaves it for 8 shots remain as the Who, they take back to back. Chicken dinners there.
Just brushing that dirt off my shoulder. I was, got it right, That's it. I said the Who. I said the Who, Mark, and you didn't believe me. You're a doubter. Look, I've been away for a long time.
Yeah.
Every once in a while I get something right.
Sitting there, watching, waiting, still listening, bribing these teams to survive. You tried to back out of it, but you did get the right call. I'll give you that one. We'll run for a quick break, though. Need to sort out a few bits and pieces, but we will be returning back to Miramar. We'll be going to our game number 3 from this evening, but we'll see you guys in a second.
I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead.
nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
I ain't been feeling spectacular. Flow so sick, it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics, cause they talk too much. And I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. It's all in my DNA. I'm up my chips like I'm working for Frito-Lay. And bet it bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every thread is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view, real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, study yo in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like squad go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal want it too, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Give me all of your lies, cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you in your bed for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
Here we go. It's a match number 9, technically. Is it match number 9? Yeah, it's match number 9 because we've done 7 and 8, which was Diego. 9 and 10 will be Miramar. 11 and 12 will be Erangel. Flight path's not too bad though, Gibson. We do have a north, pretty much down to north to south. Miramar being a bigger map like Diego. That's enough space for these teams to spread out, right?
It is plenty of room to go for, especially on a flight path like this. All these teams can go to pretty much wherever they would like to go for the primary drop spots. And I expect to see some more traditional PUBG this time around, as everybody should know this map like the back of their hand. Now, Mark, you said this is map 9. This may be map 9, but you're a 10.
Ah, thanks, mate. And unfortunately, with that you're just trying to warm me up because you got to leave after this one, which I'm very disappointed in. But I know you've got other commitments, and it was a pleasure to have you, even if for one game. Just for the banter.
You're kicking me out, mate. Don't act like I'm leaving of my own accord. You're kicking me out.
No, don't lie. Don't lie. No one knows me,
You-
mate.
you've got-
Everyone knows what you're like now, Gibson. You can't get away from it now, mate.
You're English and you've already had your daily dose of the Irish. You're like, get out. Get gone.
Never, mate. Never. Play path is pretty much done. Just 1 second, get a link out to someone because someone is looking to join. And don't forget, if you want to get involved, you can. It's a free event. You sign yourself up. MEA PUBG League. I will post a link in Discord now for Discord in chat. Obviously, this is 10 minutes behind. If you need it again, let me know. I've got it on copy and paste so I can paste it quite quickly. Get yourself involved. Definitely the way forward. Obviously, loads of events going on. I'm kind of excited now for 2023. Not because I get to be a host and we can go back and talk about it now, because I can officially talk about it now, people. I'm glad to be announced as the host for a major PUBG event that is kicking off this month. So, and actually, really interesting, Gibson. I actually looked at the sign-ups because it only went live the other day, and there's like 117 teams in the EU that have already committed in. MEA is about halfway filled as well. So, either or, get yourself signed up. Obviously, follow my Twitter at @leadsportsEU to get a link to the right pages that you need to sign up on Challenger mode.
Well, I said the first time I ever worked with you that you were definitely going to make it because you've got a work ethic that beats none. So really well deserved on your job as a host. And Mark, it's the first, but it ain't the last time we're going to see you doing big events in the PUBG scene. And I think everybody in chat watching right now will agree with me when they say you 100% deserve it.
And I need to cut my hair.
Nah, I love it.
Well,
I love the
budget-
flowing locks. Look,
Budget Aquaman, Gibson. Budget Aquaman, mate. What are you talking about?
it's it's the Essex woman.
Yeah, you know that, mate. It comes through with the rest. So, no, not too bad. It does pop a mid-flight path, so it does favour over to like the sort of west-hand side. Eager to see where it lands up. We might get that power grid split, maybe south-south-west of that, in between there and Picardo. Obviously, likelihood that recently it's been going north quite a bit. Bit of high ground, as we will see a team potentially conquer that area just in between El Pozo and power grid. Monty, though, I quite like these ending, and these type of zones tend to favour that as we get that, well, I say flat ground. No, there's no such thing as flat ground in Miramar, especially if you're driving a Murado. But you do like it if it does bounce out to the western side. A few options though for these teams. 18 though, 72 players up. It's going to be a bit of a madhouse as a lot of the teams are in that north to northeast corner. Got a question, will they donut up early doors, or will we see like Diego maybe play on the outside, and they try and play on the outside of Miramar? It's not going to be as successful as we think it is.
Yeah, well, the big thing now for a lot of these sides, Mark, is you look at that zone shift, you look at the flight path that we had. So a lot of these teams are going to deduce in the early stages that realistically, the west area of the map is going to be the one that's going to be free. So expect teams to rotate down around the south from Los Leones, down the coastal road and up the west side and between that Death Valley. And you know it's free real estate, so that's where teams are going to want to go early. You think about where toxic players are as well. They're going to rotate way up around the north and through La Cabrera, as are After Alt. All these sides just rotating right around and wrapping in from the west. And as that happens, these teams get closer and closer together. You look at a side then like Sad Smile way down towards the south. If they leave it really late to rotate in, they're still going to be in a pretty good spot because they'll have that pocket of space to move. You know, we spoke about how the team's bottleneck on in, but we maybe almost got the chance to see the first real gunfight. But yeah, Mark, it's a lot easier when we're here on Miramar to judge and guess where teams are going to go, how they're going to get their game, because they establish, you know, there's lots of footprints in the sand. There's lots of really well-worn paths into the zone when you get a map like this. But Bin Laden, he's been a bit sneaky. Got himself up here right above a couple of members of Nothing Is Impossible. And if he picks his time just right, he could get himself a free one, maybe even two-piece.
Yeah, if they expand out this compound where he's now hoping exactly what they're going to do. I mean, this is their drop zone, so they're going to be easy knock there. He shouldn't get too much pressure. Just got to avoid the knock. Needs to balance out getting the knock versus getting that flush. And Aces who landed around here, and we saw it yesterday, and we'll descend in slightly. Yeah, he got to get this smoke out if he wants to keep his player alive, and got two options. Yeah, but I just feel like Billionaire taking a little bit too long on that smoke. Bin Laden needs pressure applied, and with the time delay, Billionaire is going to have to now deal with the rest of Aces. They are closing the gap, that split. And he is looking to try and get that push out here, but I think it's a little bit too late now.
Little bit too late. Got himself trapped in the corner. The rest of Nothing is Impossible are making their way in, but the thing is, I think Billionaire's days inside the server are just a little bit numbered. Everybody's days in the server always are. You know, it's roughly 32, 33 minutes. Seifu, though, gets the shot from range, and that limited time drops even more as the nade will drop at his feet, and down he goes back to the lobby. And well, that's not the way you want it to go. Corvance from the side of Freedom Fighters gets himself a knock on to Brightside inside the shacks, as well as this little shanty town gunfight kicks on in. Up towards the north, FT look to wrap around as they play inside the warehouse, but they have taken a casualty here as well. I'm going to say it. Last year on Miramar, you might have had to wait 9, 10, 11 minutes for the first kill. That's just the way that Miramar played. But the meta of PUBG has changed just a little bit, and teams get into fights a little bit earlier. Yeah,
obviously you've got to balance in, as we know, there's the additional couple of players that are in here. But I definitely feel like it's the drop. I think PUBG, the recent update to the game is allowed a different dynamic for these teams to be able to play, and we are seeing so many more early fights. The use of the shields will come more into play. I've seen more shields on Miramar than I think across the other maps personally. Obviously we've got the emergency pickups, that's going to change it. We saw that in effect in Tiago really well. You see it again more and more so. Now, one thing I will say against that though, with Erangel, it changes completely. Erangel for me just, it doesn't play like it used to. Teams rotating slightly differently, but definitely overall more of an aggressive stance for most of these teams, and they enjoy the aggressive stance, they enjoy the aggressive play. It's great for the casters, it's great for you, the observer, right?
You're the observer.
I'm just observing, mate. That's all I'm doing.
You're the observer. I have a friend who's an observer for another title at the highest level, and I like to call him a watcher. I say he's a professional watcher. He doesn't like that. He says it sounds wrong.
Love it. Oh.
Shout out to King Big Dip, one of our favorite professional watchers for PUBG.
Call him out. Oh, great observer. Great observer.
Bit caster too, funny enough.
Yeah, he's getting back into casting as well, isn't he?
He's not the only one. Our boy Kowo mastered observing, mastered casting. Now he's gone off to master being a coach, and he's come second in his first ever Tier 1 competition.
Let's talk about that. Sen done really, really well in the global series, right? I think they're massively on the underdog. I think Na'Vi came out the block swinging hard, but he just couldn't hold that level of, I suppose, aggressiveness or that stance that they played. A couple of teams tinkered around the end. 17, wow, just performed so well the later on the stage they got. And me and you were in chat, and loads of people were just talking really bad about 17. It's like, oh, it's the first, and it's this and that, and next thing you know, that team go away and win it. But come back to Ascend, like the technical ability that I think Kowo has to offer is great. He has that casting, like eyesight, that analytical brain, added to some of those players, and that mix. Look at It's Chris, mate. That guy was just fragging out whole event. He was doing so well.
Felt bad for him in the PUBG World Cup, Chris. He didn't get the best chance of it for Germany. But speaking about that, you mentioned 17. 17, realistically, shouldn't even have been in the finals. They got egoed out of the first few rounds by Sonics, and then only for a incredible final day, they managed to qualify through into finals, and then inside of finals on the last day, they managed to clean that one up, eventually beating out teams like Ascend and Sonics. But I'll talk about that in just a moment. We got a gunfight to kick off as Reliant will peek through the smoke, trying to find himself a kill. This is a fight between Shmoney Squad and 1453, and maybe they'll be able to get their first bit of positivity as Maestro's going to get himself a double as he sneaks in. But here comes Drickstrick as... how do I even pronounce that? Look, I'm only getting back into EU.
I guessed it, mate. But V27 was on fire yesterday. I just think he's been caught in the open. Great knock, though, able to hold. And I feel like after he moved past that car and that player poked his head around the outside, it was like, hey, I'm in the wrong spot here. But good heads-up fighting. Able to get the knock, but good descenders, 1-for-1. Close it down, and unfortunately for them, the zone closes down towards that south. We are seeing that sort of west side, that southwest of Picardo come into play. Does offer a bit of high ground in and around, and like yesterday, we ended up actually over here yesterday, and it was a bit more of a tactical timing on your rotation. Maybe won it. Looks like our Freedom Fighters, though, not getting the timing right on that one, as they do get one in towards the petrol garage, and got to lay low now on this one as the final player. And Freedom Fighters, again, they were so good the other day. Can you survive out as a one? Will you get crashed? There's still 17 teams up here, so my likelihood, centralized compound, we might see a crash.
Well, he knew the price of fuel was expensive, but he didn't think it was going to cost him 3 of his teammates as he tried to rotate in. 14:53 making their way in. But here's the thing, though, and this is what I want to get back onto my point that I was just making a few moments ago. And at the highest level, you've got special players, right? We all know it. You've got some guys in NA who you would class as special players, the same as in APAC, the same as EU. Guys that are just better than everybody else.
Yeah.
But after you take those players out of the mix, the skill level across competitive PUBG is very level playing field apart from those special players. And that's where the coaches come in, because it's the brains and decision making that separates those players. And Cole coming in with his years of observing experience, years of casting, understanding at a very intuitive level where teams are going to go, and then passing that information onto his team. A good coach can elevate his team. And Ascend were always a good team, but since Cole was coming, they have really upped their level, and you got to give a lot of credit to him. And much the same way as you got to give a lot of credit to what's happened at Sonics. You look at how they performed last year at PGC. In PGS, they looked a team reborn. They changed their head coach, and it's not that the previous head coach had any issues. Just sometimes change can be good, because STK, they took Sonic's coach. They did a little bit of a trade, and both teams improved.
Yeah, coaches I think are underestimated. If you look at other esports games compared to PUBG, I don't want to sound bad against PUBG, but coaches play, I'd say, a much bigger part. I think coaches in PUBG, especially for 2023, I think are going to become more of a focal point, I believe. Not like they haven't before, Gibson, but looking at, again, we mentioned Ascend, like how well they used to perform. It was okay. There wasn't a level of consistent. They were good. Every one of those individual players was good, but they just couldn't sew it together. And someone like Koa has come along. He's put the analytical brain, as you mentioned, behind it, and they're able just to sew this kind of masterpiece. Now, they did get blasted a little bit on social media. A lot of people moaning because obviously with the next series, there's only 2 spots up for grabs, and obviously, and that's due to the fact that we've got the global partner teams in the EU already. So it is a tighter now for PGS 2. But do you know what? Ascend are the team that are going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to analyse the games that they had. They're going to analyse the teams they're playing against, and they're going to reset a game plan now against these teams as the event starts to open up to get qualified. So do you know what? I'm really excited for the EU space. I know it's tighter. I know we've only got 2 spots, but I think that's going to breed healthy competition, and having a coach involved in that healthy competition can make such a difference.
Well, you look at the teams, right? You got to think Polish Power have a good chance. You got to think that Ascend are definitely going to be up in that position as well. Not to mention the Who. They played excellently towards the end, towards the start of PEL. So to me, I think EU is about to get really competitive in the future. Dessa looking to get rid of some of his competition as he peeks off and towards the distance to the members of Task Force. Now, that's where I'm going to ask you, with the zone that we have and these teams having the drop on, and are After Alt the more enviable team position-wise, or do you think that maybe they're too central too early and that could cause a problem? As Ferry, oh no, Nabats. Yeah, this ain't gonna go well for FT. They drop on top of the roof, jumps in through the window, but sad smile. There's gonna be Garaki getting one, peeking on out the side. That'll be Azalea taking down Batsy from Fairy Tale. Azalea confirms that one out. It's a 1 versus 1 on the ground. The shotgun sings on out. The other member of Fairy Tale still soaring through the sky. Sad will look to just maybe stay alive as Glabasta lands on the roof. Mark is too little, too late. It is.
Oh, that could have been disgusting behaviour. Coming really late on the parachute. Normally, we do see a lot more players getting shot at the sky, so these teams are getting used to taking fights from a high ability and teams crashing in. So really late on the parachute, survive. And obviously able to get themselves in. We are now seeing the fight aces, though not as strong as they were yesterday. Losing one already. 3 are up, and I don't think all 3 are in the compound. No, Bin Laden is on the way with his plane. He comes flying in on the other side, so maybe the 2 can still hold out. Goulds, I think when they figure out it's they're 2v2 here, and they can throw the extra body in from the other compound, they might get a bit more aggressive. The longer they leave it, the more dangerous it's going to be. As we are seeing Bin Laden now start to show on the outside.
Still jumps all out the window. Oh my god, RST is going to get shut down by Aces as they manage to hold the compound, which is a little bit longer. CMG still have 2 players left on their feet, though. Nade prepped in the hand. Bin Laden peeks around the side. Acer in the exact same position. He dances through the smoke, but he's going to get shut down. And well, a lot of players beginning to fall through. Arkun looks to trade it out, but Aces are eliminated. CMG will get back to 3.
Oh, that's really unfortunate as he runs through at the wrong time. That bounce off that flash just didn't help, did it? Pushing and shoot, not helping each other as they under a lot of fire here from Sad Smile, and able to run themselves over. They do hold the high ground, and we'll see 1453. They will push in on this one. That's their logical push in. They've got to be cautious behind, so we do have a couple of teams now coming off that side. Toxic, though, really nice play from them. They are on that high ground here, but let's go tune in on that sort of northwest side as our Mint guards are trying to hold out, and there's no need to hold out, and the players are shooting themselves down, and the zone taking the final one themselves. Mint guard now have to do a 180. They turn, but they've only got a 2-man, a DPS now hold them out. With this split is really, really hard to hold, especially if DPS, that team that's a little bit further around that north-hand side, they've got to focus, and there's only a limited amount of cover they can provide. Surely this team's got to think about this one for the later game and go, hey, we're about to get crashed here. Do we give up this compound, or do we have the other 2 coming over? I'm just feared that they've not even moved. I feel like they're just going to give up as a 2-2 split. Very, very hard to hold this push.
I think the decision is being made for them. You know, they're being forced to stay in this position now. Hellstory is going to prep an nade, waiting for the crash to come on through. Pulls the pin as he hears the vehicle, but he's going to toss that nade off into the ether, and it looks like it's not even going to have any impact whatsoever. DPS managed to get everybody back in place as off in the distance. The rest of the members of Mint Guards move on by. They're going to send it straight in towards a more central position. They're going to play inside these shacks, as that'll be a good position for them to hold. Looks like Fight for Life are rotating down towards the... What? You and I are too similar in our trail thought. I literally picked out on the rotate, and you were like, yeah, I'm on it. I'm clicking on it. This is where I'm going.
Yeah. It's like you're moving the mouse at the same time I'm moving the mouse. Basically, we are as one. I think it's good. Oh, we've casted for so long, right? We're looking at this, and Miramar being that meta of like kind of know where these teams go. I'm looking at Fight for Life, because I know they're going to play their way in. For me, they're going to come to the 1453. Eventually going to turn in and try and play on the backside of this mountain. They're coming in. What they don't know is they're rolling straight into a P90 as it goes rushing forward. We've always seen Sarah, put players down. She's laying low, and if gets the right angle, gets the right shots, you can hear she's listening to the pitter-patter of the footsteps of the player working her way around, using the sand dune to the advantage. She just needs to ensure they pop up right in front of her. She doesn't get exposed. I am a bit worried here. I am kind of excited to see a player pop up right in front of them. Maybe these... oh, there it goes. I speak too soon. It comes straight up, gets one. Has to take a 2-on-1 fight, though. She dodges, ducks, and dives. She fires out another, gets the second, does the damage where it's needed. This is where 1453, they need to support their player. The util goes over the top. Briskin blasts Sarah, though, at the moment. But they've got to do more than just util. They've got to get aggressive on this one. They've got to close down, but they receive another knockdown further back. That might put a stop. 1453. You kind of wishing they were going to get the momentum down, because you know as a caster, Goulds are going to come in on this one before we even look at Sad Smile. Sad Smile might want to get aggressive and come up the hill also.
Sarah did her job. She got 2 knocks and almost got a third one to boot, but the problem is, because another knock was sustained by 1453, they couldn't aggress out and help Sarah, and now Fight for Life have got everybody back on their feet, so it's a little bit tougher. Corrido from CMG, as they wrap around on the eastern side of that gunfight, they're able to pick and flush that one out as the point is secured for them. But Sarah did nothing wrong. So, with that, 21 minutes almost elapsed on the clock, as up towards the north, Mate Madison is going to get a knock onto someone may die. Interesting choice of name for that one, and it's probably a correct one too. Someone may die in every game of PUBG. In fact, when you think about it, everybody bar 4 players is guaranteed to die in every single game of PUBG. So we're just having a look around to see what happens. I'm just talking right now
sorry,
because
mate.
my boy Mark's busy. He was busy. Look, you're a busy man, so I had to fill. And it's been a long time since I had to fill, so I hope you enjoyed my TED Talk.
Oh, mate, you can feel easy. No problem you feeling, mate. Just had a technical problem where I can hear something in my ear which I shouldn't be hearing, and it does mean I hear every other word of Gibson, which is fine. We're in tune. We can hear. We know here and now we're going to go as I fly away to the compound causing the damage. And our team that's took game number 1 and game number 2 find themselves in a good little spot here. Phase number 5 is going to be coming in, and we only got 10 teams, 32 players left alive. There is a little bit of room to move, but definitely not on this outside here as our fight for life are running for their life as the ghouls now are descending. 1453 had gone, and they are unfortunately getting picked off one at a time. They'll be fully exposed now. Toxic though will be shooting fish in a barrel, and eventually they pick up one and they get the second, and now go to 9 teams. Point pot is in a reaching grasp for a lot of these teams. I really like Toxic's position at the moment. If they can now hold out and stop a push from push and shoot, and they get control of that sort of south side, they can bounce off this one nicely.
Exactly. I couldn't have put it better myself. But speaking about bouncing things off nicely, I'm going to bounce on to the next little angle that we're being held. After all, still holding that position. I questioned earlier whether they were a little bit too central too soon, but they got away with it. Sondi from Toxic Players looking off into the distance as CM Ghouls are going to get wiped. Blue Zone gets involved now too, forcing TP to push in towards the zone. Kuzma from Mintguards gets an angle as he looks off towards his little enemies, but decides it's not worth getting in that gunfight just yet. Phase 6 is closing in. Kuzma gets himself inside the zone. I like what Mintguards have done though. A 3-1 split, one player playing on the edge as the anchor to just peer over the rest of the zone and feed information to the rest of his teammates.
Yeah, it's literally peering over the edge, and what it's the zone kind of saved him in the sense that it was, if Toxic were able to see him and that smoke wasn't there, he would have been gone and they would have found themselves a 3-man. Luckily enough though, the zone pushed Toxic away. He's able to survive out. The Who are going to cause a bit of punishment down here, and I feel like DPS might get exposed. His solo player from Midgard could cause some damage. If he looks down towards them, it might be the end of their game as they now lose the zone. The Who lose the zone, it does bounce back, and we are going to see a fight really for the sort of south to southwest side as our Toxic sit themselves in a really nice position. They've got to push up and over, push and shoot right in the middle of the dip, and they've got to defend now. A Sad Smile want to start moving out. I've seen a lot more of these deployable shields coming out. As I mentioned, Miramar seems to be the map of choice for deployable shields, and after all though, picking up Who is, again, mainly they hold the outside of the zone, and Who, unfortunately for them, lose that zone now coverage. We might not see a game number 3 win for the Who here, but I was wrong on the last one. I might be wrong again.
Ah, you're always, even when you're wrong, you're right, Mark. That's the way you got it.
Never.
High is going to get knocked in the distance. That'll be Not Sure Mate picking that kill up as the Blue Zone push into the back on Who, and it's looking maybe a little bit difficult for them to go back to back to back. The 3-time ain't going to happen. Shagood is going to be careful as the Blue Zone. Oh no, he crashes. The Blue's going to push onto him again, and oh no. Well,
able to get out.
Oh, the
surprising.
Hey, I am surprised, but the problem is now he's in the driver's seat and he's 1 HP. He's moved and Presente says, yep, thanks for the lift. I'm going to steal this car, get inside this dip, and I'm going to play here. Push and shoot eliminated. 5 teams left alive as Toxic Players are able to pick up a couple of points on the board. And DPS get a beautiful angle up onto Mint Squad, but they're going to get pressure put on them from the north as well.
This is going to favour all the time these players in the top right. Mr. Toxic have won the high ground fight now. This is where we're going to see maybe them get a bit more of a momentum on those kills. They've got 6 on the board. They can really punish everyone else, apart from After All in the compound, and you wouldn't really want to peek that one. But if they work on the angles up here, they've done the hard work, they cleared the teams, Push and Shoot went, Sad Smile went, they get the conquer of the downside. The only downside that we might see from Toxic, if this zone shifts really far away from them, they're going to be the ones now running down and becoming the center point of attention. But as it stands, they're able to expose DPS being seen just on the outside of our blue, and Mintguard with that 3-1 split. He kind of crying out for the solo player for Mintguard just to get up and have a little look around, but Toxic is not helping that one, and the zone does shift away, but not far enough to cause, I think, Toxic too much of a problem.
Yeah, so I love DPS. They're in the full-on prone position, crawling in. Blue Zone not doing them any favors whatsoever. Malo gets the knock onto Sondi. Presenti still alive and kicking as well. After Alt, still able to play this position. You know, they've not really had to worry about getting in any gunfights or getting pressured by anything at all this game so far. They've just let the game come to them. Now Cyber from Toxic Players, who had a very good game in the last map, peeks down towards DPS as well. They're able to lock out and lock down all of these sides they move in. Flex Bob will take down Kuzma. And really Toxic Players in a great position, because even though they're not in the zone, they've got the high ground and they're going to push down and in towards these sides. And they're going to get the line of sight onto the players they're fighting before they do the other way.
Well, this is where they can cut them off. If they continue to work down, they're going to take the west-hand side of the zone nicely. They're taking the wide player from Midgard, so they know there'll be people in the shack, but the shack won't be too much of exposure. Eager just to have a look. We are seeing DPS now go on zone. I think that could be the call. This is a longer event, so don't be surprised to see a few more of these, as points do equal to money. He's going to med himself out. I don't know how much he's got. He's got a few meds. He could stay here for a little while. Maybe our Toxic team will get bored of him, but we are seeing after all now having to leave their compound. This is the 50-50 guess now. Does after all go up for Toxic and push over? Does Toxic continue to play to that west-hand side? I feel after all going to sit in this bowl nicely, Gibson. Toxic should play over to the west. They should then maybe get a little bit aggressive, and Midgard will be under a bit of pressure. Someone let go of the handbrake. Who let go of the handbrake? Just giving up his cover as it now rolls back, and the Who don't get 3 out of 3. They do get 5th place though, and we do get our top 4 teams now exposed.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, though. It's a wise man called Meatloaf once said. Midgards, they've still got everyone alive. Well, everyone alive in the shack is what I meant to say. Not everyone alive. There's 2 players still play over in this position, but Toxic Players are peeking on over to make short work of this one. It's a 4v3v2 now as they make their way down. And, you know, you were talking as well about trying to stay alive outside the blue. Did you see in PGS, I think it was on day 2 or 3, how long Batulans on Erangel managed to stay alive inside the blue on the timber circle over by Lumberyard? The man was in the blue for, I think, 3 or 4 zones consecutively and still popped out to get like a 3rd place finish.
He wasn't the only one as well. There's
no,
a few of them.
He came second. He came second, didn't he? Because he got wrapped on over from the rocks. He came second from being in the blue. And he was the blue for all of Phase 4, all of Phase 5, a little bit of Phase 6, and then he finally got in for Phase 7.
And tracking teams behind as well. He wasn't the only one there, which was, I suppose, in situ. He was tracking teams behind. No one looked behind, and he did get, actually, I think it was the 2nd place, if I remember right. We did see DPS. They made their way to a 4th. So not too bad for them. Midgard, unfortunately, go down to 1. I feel like it'd be the battle between After All and Toxic. Both these teams haven't got a win yet so far in this league, and it's day number 2, so I think they'll be itching to get going. We do see an MK in their hand. I think is high ground. He does get that MK hits. Bob goes down, so it's a 4v2v1, and Midgard eventually going down and out, and this is where we're seeing 8 kills. Might turn into a few. Here comes a cook of a nade. It could fall nicely if it hits the bowl. Nade's going to bounce. It's going to bounce back over. Does get the confirm and the re-knock. Powerful nade comes in. Game changer. After all, though, looking eager to finish this one off quite nicely. April surely can't allow these players to go, but I feel like it's only going one way.
Bainen's so good. He's so good. And now April, with his back to the blue, needs to make his way back on up. He's got a 1 versus 2 on the top of the hill, but Klim's going to make it a 1 versus 3. 10 kills for After Alt. Make it 11. Winner, chicken dinner. The lion bares its teeth. And like that, they take a 21-point map, which will definitely help them with their chances as the week progresses.
Great game from them. Now, obviously, bearing in mind, can't hear Gibson too well in my ears, but I am going to thank him very much for his time. It's more of a technical fault on my side, which I was trying to get fixed during that one. That's why I was getting him to hold and talk for a lot. But we like Gibson talking. It's that Irish accent that sings the PUBG game through. But Gibson, thank you very much for joining in for the cast. I know you've got to shoot, mate. You've got loads on. If you haven't already, give this guy a follow on Twitter and give him a follow on Twitch, though. He's your caster to be.
Nah. Look, you're the man. Look, you've got a big event coming up. All I've ever done is scrims in PUBG. So, look, massive again. Thanks for having me on, Mark. It's good to get the rust off after a couple of weeks working in another title, but it's good to get working with you again. It won't be too long till you and I are back on the mic together. And look, to all the teams, best of luck for the next 3 maps.
Yeah, well, as you say, it's going to be long. We've got APL in a couple of days, mate. So stay tuned for that American PUBG League. It's season 2, and obviously we've been invited to come back though. So super excited for that one. We're going to throw to a quick break though. We'll see all you guys in our next Miramar. It is going to be technically round number 4 from the evening. See you guys in a second.
When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back cause I'm feeling like Chris Cross. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me. Now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by your bins. I spill my events. Whoa, I did it all for the feeling. Alive, but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling cause I need $1 million, but I don't need your money. You can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. I been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics cause they talk too much, and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me, I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me get all in my DNA. I'm at my chips like I'm working for Frito-Lay, and bet it bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every thread is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. I don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. I don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps. Like, spot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up the check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hey, welcome back. Unfortunately, Missing Gibson cast. Guys, I really enjoy casting with him. One of the best casters out there. If you haven't already, give him a follow at Gibson Cast. Give him on Twitter, give him some support there, give him some love on Twitch himself as well. Does a lot more casting on other people's channels. Done major lands with Rainbow Six and major stuff with PUBG as well. So definitely a caster. If you haven't heard already, make sure you give him a follow. Anyway, what we had done so far, we've had 2 Tiagos, 1 Miramar. We're about to jump back into the plane again for Miramar. We'll break down the event a little bit more in detail, but I'll see you guys after the flight path as these planes have been checked and some of these players trying to sneak in a few bit of contraband in, but it's round number 10. Here we go, people. It's going to be around number 10. Lucky enough, I did press the button a little bit too early, but it's okay. Get a chance to look at the plane path, though. We've been starting on that east-hand side all the way up to that north-northwest. It's going to offer, again, I suppose, a lot of drop zone for these teams. Be interesting to see if anyone opts to go for a drop on the islands. Very much doubt it. Don't think we get an island, but I can tell you, though, what I believe to be PUBG myth is not a myth. We did get to prove it with the ability when I was casting with chunks. I was all under the impression you could never have a zone touching the dot, but it proved us wrong. We had one in Miramar really heavy. The dot was like, give or take, like just well within the zone, not centre, but well within the zone, put it that way. So there is an island potentiality, but I don't think we're going to get this one. The plane paths I normally get, the ones to watch on this channel, is if it lands at the bottom here and goes up towards a north-northeast. That's the interesting one to see. We are going to see these teams now spread out. As our plane, give or take, is done. Toxic go early. We do see it. Nothing's impossible. They also retract out quite early as well. After all, go late. Now game number 3 winners of the evening, but it's game number 10 of the event so far. If I get my maths right, it is 10. Looks like they are going to be sharing money with El Pozo. Outside pretty split. Actually, the first time that we're not really getting a hot drop, so to speak. So there's a first for everything. Teams, Austin's going really far. Let's land down. Yeah, give or take close-ish. They just stealing the vehicles and going. There's 1, 2, 3. So yeah, complete steal on the vehicles and might try and wrap themselves out, but the zone comes back early doors, and there we go. My point to prove, it goes through a little dot. That's not normally what we see, but it goes to the island. Does we get an island? I doubt it. I'd be surprised that zone number 2 would tell us a little bit if it does recall back, but what I can tell you, after all, monies, 1 for 1, even Fairy Tales to agree. Got a long rotation now. God, under a bit of pressure, putting a bit of pressure on push and shoot. Gonna push him a little bit further away. Let's have a quick chat about leaderboard, shall we? Give it a quick refresh. Hopefully it does update. It does update. Perfect. So no change. Who's still sitting in the top spot? 96 points. As we, I'll just do this so we don't have to hit the Morado. I go bounce over there. Who's in the top spot? 96 points. Push and shoot though, 88. They're dropping themselves down after a good start to the evening. Who put him back-to-back chicken dinners on, put him up to that top spot. After all, though, with that last game, puts them up to 3rd. So +5 for them. 70 points still in grasping distance as the end of this evening will be halfway point of this event. So be putting them in a good spot. And I don't think they disagree with me. The first day was okay. I think maybe 1/2 games were good for them, but after that I feel like they struggled a little bit. Still consistently good, still getting points on the board, still grinding out those kills, but I don't think they were getting the chicken dinners and the results that they wanted to at the end. So I think with a win underneath their belt, that might calm those nerves a little bit and just go, hey, do you know what, we're in for the money now, let's just keep this momentum going. 4th place though is taken by Sad Smile. They do drop. Aces also drop down 5th place for them. Toxic, they've gone up as well, so they've got to 6th place. Freedom Fighter, unfortunately, falling in the Freedom their way down the table. Schools get a little cheeky +1 in 8th. They're sitting on 57 points, but a lot of the points are Really, really tight. Obviously, we are missing a team this evening. We are missing G2H. Though go to Hell Clan. I think they're able to roster a team this evening. So we are missing one. Only 18 teams and with 72 players in lobby. Maybe that little break is what some of these teams needed. Also, ahead. There's little shots. So I would have favoured Gould getting to that compound on that bike quicker. I'm taking some shots, so Ghouls I'll try to extend out. They do get crashed though at the back here. Ghouls, unfortunately, they've gone for the extension to go for a 2-2 split, and during that 2-2 split, they get caught themselves. Big push in here. Ghouls do get the first knock, so who down to a 3, the player out in the field causing most of the amount of damage now, who having to hold the angles. Nade's coming over, will be a bit too far away from that one. Who needs to deal with the team in the compound. Let the rest of the players deal with the damage on the outside. Nades up and over from Gould as they go over the top of the single building. And we're going to clash them heads and Ghouls. They do get another one now, so that's 2 on the board for them. Double checking and confirming that one out on the Who. Making a tactical crash. It's tactically going wrong for them. They started the evening so well. Maybe they've been practicing Diego a lot more. Maybe that's their big map of choice. See if they can get out though. Just never write a team off that quick it is. Phase number 1, a good nade. That should cause some damage. Let's get a bit of splash damage. I think it does the confirm that's needed. Does see the player now. Gets some shotgun. Whips across as Zoe goes down for ones. Molly in hand. If he can get the Molly through the door. Doesn't quite get it. Does blow the doors off the shack. And the third party action, you know, it's coming in from behind us. Here and now. Making sure they're heard here and now. Also putting the numbers back up, so they're back to a 4. They've made the call not to risk it. I wonder if they know. If her knows that A does tell that there could be one of the players there. If I put the extra on, we're able to see him moving around. Hasn't moved just yet, so nice hold. Those Who kind of covered each other's back. That car will stop anyone coming in from behind. I'll say She God or She Goo. Also, we'll try and hold that double door. Now there is a slight gap in this hold though, because they can run through the middle. If they do pop out, they'll be able to go through. Maybe double stack the individual player. So a bit of a stalemate. Let's have a quick look at the map. These teams will be descending their way in. Drop goes over 2 islands. Is that a telltale sign? Is there some mystic meg about it? Sad smile though. Toxic pick up him as he tries to claim for the high ground. NHS take the compound just north of Impala now. And try and work their way down. Quite a few teams still need to come in. 1 for 1 need to get moving themselves. Might be looking for an emergency pickup here. Mint are also following after all. They're following push and shoot. Is that a clash of heads on the road? They have. They put the emergency pickup down. That could be very, very dangerous. Especially if they have locked in on it. Oh, receiving an element of damage. There goes 1. Did they get off it and res him, or did they go? Maybe goes a 2. Now they give up on him. And fight for life. Might live into their name. He weren't fighting. He was on his knees. They're going to go and live their life. They move themselves further in. But we still haven't pushed on this 2 yet. They're a bit of a stalemate. South's pretty clear as well. And these teams will be happy now moving in. Toxic going for that sort of Impala. And that 2 split on the outside. They're hoping for it to come north, I feel. Oh, I completely missed out. Mint Green closed out after all. Eventually, our Ghouls got aggressive on it. They dealt the damage. Who going out? After all, going out. The teams that have got the win so far. Now the first 2 out. It's game number 4 this evening. Eager to see actually where team go. They are looking for the high ground, so Down we go. Aces get forward in 43. Let's rotate away. Not a fan of El Bandita. One, being in it, and two, having to drive around it. The train is pretty hard. Aces, though, do have an interesting split with kind of one on the, well, three on the outside and Bin Laden sitting in the middle. Only now coming in. And Bin Green, who dealt with damage after all, they're going to try and rotate their way in also. Most teams in. I think I'm eager, like most people, to look where this next zone's going to go. It pulls back at the top, maybe, but the circle, the centre would need to be round Impala if we are going to get an island or somewhere down the bottom. Now I said not going to get an Impala and an end in here. I just can't see it. There's a lot of free space at the top here, a lot of free space at the bottom, but lots of middle zone capabilities. I don't think we'll see it come this way, so kind of look at this as the top. It could play down the bottom as well, but I have to wait and see where the zone goes. Surely it's going to record away. It does, and it does record to that top. And I was looking at that because I can't see these phase threes here. So if it goes here, it's going to leave a lot of water in. Potential, yes, 100%. I think a lot of these teams have got it right. They've pushed themselves in for this sort of north side of the zone. I think it's the right call. Let's see where Task Force come down road. Will be clear if they want to drop. If they go for the compound, they're going to find themselves a little bit of a fight in hand as H&N here and now. I already hear it, and they might cause the now as Task Force will circle their way down. They do play over. Now they're going to isolate Ice. They do have one. Ace is the team that has actually signed up for the MEA region. If you haven't already, go check out Twitter at EliteSportsEU or Bing Esports. They announced an event for the EMEA region, and it's split EU and MEA. So these teams here, MEA teams. Oh, wrong timing. Oh, so quite disappointing timing. He was on the door, opted to go for a nade. Doesn't quite get it. They lose one as well, so Fury might want to get over. Bin Laden could cause a problem though. 14-43. Not very focused here. I don't know if they've looked up this way. They are. He's going to get exposed. Does get one. Been lagging. He's not been lagging on those shots. This is Fury. Oh no. Is he taking a tumble? No way. Ace's Fury's taking a tumble on that res approach. Bin Laden's got to hightail straight through. There's no car in here, is there? I think they've already got it. He's in inside. Should get that. Surely should get that. Bin Green also coming in. So, a very weird extension now. Going for the high grounds. He's already taken on the other side. NHS conquered their way up. Freedom fires. It's like crash here with them and Sad Smile. Sad Smile have lost their player and receiving damage as trying to get the res, and I don't think they're gonna be able to get one. Freedom Fighter's gonna lose one here. Toxic pick up that point. Only shots on the outside. All or nothing. I had no idea he was getting shot from behind. Does take a tank for the bullets and all the tires on it. I'm not taking any tires yet. Nope. Probably be the outside team. Not quite working out for them. Aces do get the res. They are under a barrage as 14-53 doing the right thing. We've got aggressive on it. I think they've read that kill feed well. Sad Smart. Aggressive push and didn't take them long. It was hard because you can have like Toxic taking the shots in, Ghoul taking the shot in, and trying to hold this compound. It's such a hard push. And that zone again goes further away. Ho ho. Goes really, really far. Fight for life. I've lost enough one now. In the air. Penetrate down. Put the pressure on Toxic. Toxic, if they are going to get the res, get pretty quick. Do get in. Thanks, Bob. Down to a one shot. As now receiving a lot of damage. And NHS and I mean, I'm committed to the high ground here. Got to think about how they get off there. And a lot more teams getting caught on the rotation. Fairy Tale rotating in behind. I think is important. It's impossible on the other side though. Now we'll see push and shoot as they rotate around in front of them. Remember, these teams are just about in zone. They're taking the compound. There are some dips here. So they are positioning for an ending up in that northeast corner. Push and shoot able to settle those shots. Fairy Tale, so I think they've done the right call. They saw those cars rotating in front. Bin Laden is down. Final player Fury can disappear though. Fairy Tales though. Get our final player coming in. Does receive some shots. Also making it in. One needs to rotate around. Mint Green already taking the compound. Long rotation as well, as we are seeing NHS. They're rotating past. Toxic rotating also. You kind of feel like they're all going to the same area. This compound will be a... Oh, there's much no one there because it's a bit too far out. They're straight in between them here. Shots on one. Really random location. Does go down. They get one apiece in those teams. Toxic got to keep going on this one, I feel. And they've gone. They went for the crash. Push and shoot. Got some kills on the board and 5 kills up on Mint Green. They did lose one. Nice hold though. NHS wrapping around on this top side. Push and shoot. We called him back towards the north side of the compound. NHS in there and a little look at it, but they are dipping away. They didn't receive maybe enough shots on it. It's 18 seconds though before the zone goes. You don't want your car spinning out just there. As we're tuning with the Ghouls and the team. Looking away. Is that someone on the plane? It is, yeah. These teams are now out of zone and the team has gone again to that north. I don't think I had any other option really. Minus would be such an easy grab. Oh, there we go. Let's say a full fight for life. We're going down. I'm pushing down. Toxic low in the middle. Aces go down and out. Fairy Tales pushing in. Nate does cause some damage. Barrage a little bit from the NHS. Get caught. Interested to see if Toxic catch these players going in. Assuming he's seen them. I don't think he has, you know. Alright, Ghouls have to take the fight here. Here and now. He can't be here for much longer. Ghouls are going to push in, but they've put themselves up an emergency pickup. I don't know if they're thinking that could be a little bait. See, they're coming out. This is what I was talking about. This is why these emergency pickups are so different, because people are able to evacuate, even on small zones like this, out into the top side. But I have also seen teams go down on this one. I do get one. Task Force though, look at this. They're coming in for the third party action. Here and now, they're dialing in. The Ghouls were very cheeky. They left the player behind. He's picked up 2. All running in. Doesn't quite catch the right way. The Ghouls bait it. They just go up and off they go and leave that individual player. Go live and fight another day. Push and shoot, lose one as they came aggressive outside. DPS also in. There goes money. They're down. Ghouls, they are in a zone. 14:53. Now push themselves in. Guard go down. 12th place for them. We are seeing these teams now descend. 14:53. Maybe going for that push for our Miramar. They Zeke a little bit late. Went straight into it. Fortunately, late rotation. Get score. I just have to lay low. This is, oh, it was wonderful back there. Should have stopped. Still going. I think he's got any more options. Toxic. Pretty close now. They're going to take some shots. DPS and fight for life. They're going to take minus fight. So continues to come up here. More teams really in and around. Hell or nothing. Yeah, literally going hell or nothing. 4 kills. Unfortunately, lost another one. Gonna stop on the field. Ooh. Strong shots. They roll straight into it. Unfortunately, they jump out at the same time. It's a 1-2. No, freedom fires. I need to get going. MK14. Nice. Not very nice when you get a shot in the face by Blazer. They made the call right corner of the compound as well. Team wrapping in quite early. NHS, you can just hear shots. It's like a non-stop of shots, isn't it? This game. Fairy Tale losing 1, but they're able to get the res, and you know, seeing NHS, their final player is a bit further around. Hoping for them to maybe push through the gap. Oh, nice. Got an aid, got an aid. Shim's called away. Is that going to bounce back? No. Not high enough and can't get up. But will be exposed. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, got the res as well. 1 for 1 having a good game now. They're going aggressive over the top. Fairy Tale on the back foot though, unable to get that res on. He's going to take the fight. There goes 1 and 2. Final player for them is a bit further out. And the third party action coming in from DPS also. So 1 for 1, Fairy Tale's DPS. And we did see our Ghouls also get involved because they took the third party and they pushed it out up and over. NHS though. Actually, down and out with DPS. Going to take the next ridge line. Fairy Tales down the solo. Nade cooked, ready to go. As smoke will be the destination. Fairy Tales do go out as the anchor hold from 1 for 1 task force. Now cause the damage. Don't know if they know this. The next team here though. My car should be the giveaway. Last time on it. Don't shift though. It's coming back down. Gould, 7 kills. They're literally popping out at the moment. 14:53. Picks up 1. Goes for the confirm. He's got a player behind him. He spins. He's down. How's he surviving? Oh, unfortunate though. Does able to get the clutch. What a spin drop. Doxy player. High ground, height advantage zone minus though. We do have our team as DPS get the heady over the top as kabooms goes down. Nice story. Getting the E-meds on and 5 kills now for them. DPS get another one as they are working their way around. 1 for 1 final player now. Task force got to put a bit of task on his force now. Ahead of story. Reposition. McLaren can hear the bit of battles in the foot. Oh, trying to come up and over. Damage comes in. And also long distance shots though. He is safe now. Don't think he is. I think that's going to be. I think he's got it. To be fair, not going to be able to get the res on that though, are they? 5 seconds to go. Push and shoot. Hold the compound. We are now seeing the fight for minus. Definitely baiting on the outside for these shots to come through. That's one. The kill confirm here. Fight for Life got baited in on that one. With single shots, just inviting an individual in. Asian Cyber Kitty. Oh, no, there's a player on the next little gas side, I think. Nate Store rattling in. Flash on the outside. Now trying to get a little bit high. I'll get the split. So it will be a one-on-one fight. I feel like the nades will come better in because they're going to come off the back side of that wall for Fight for Life. Toxic player Store holding phase number 6 here. 6 teams. So one more teams going down quicker in this round. DPS and Ghouls going at it. Does get one more. Try and hold out. Tune in for the drive-by. Flash goes out. Head to head battle. Closes the door. Wants to get the nade in. Force the player to come out. Get out that house. Ghouls. Goes round. Oh! Actually sticks the barrel in the chest. Does the damage on DPS, but push and shoot. Get the damage on Ghouls. So they take 5th place. 4 teams now remain. That's quite quick, actually. Push and shoot. The furthest south team with 6 kills on the board. Our Freedom Fighters 7 kills, though. Also with a 2-pack. Unfortunately, though, we just lost one of the Fight for Life. 7 kills. Good game from them. And kind of feel like if you get in there, might be cheeky. You might get away with it, but you definitely want to get away with the zone. Toxic also on the 7 kills. So I suppose the teams in the end zone more of a shared communal of kills, but they need to get themselves in and ensure they close the door down and make sure that we're going to see this fight here between Toxic, Fight for Life, and our Freedom Fighters all out of zone. The only team remaining in is Push and Shoot. And yeah, I don't know, you guys and girls in chat, let me know. Is it a Push and Shoot win based upon they've got the position, they've cleared everything out? They could even come up onto this cliffside and try and hold everyone out, but they remain in the compound. Maybe they haven't got the information that there is no other teams left in zone. Fight for Life, live into that name. Continuing to get some damage on the board. Toxic with the nade. Freedom Fighters Store not pushed over just yet. Gonna wait for this zone to go. Maybe the team to expose themselves, but Toxic getting a little bit more of you too. There's a bit of smoke wall and a smoke push out of this one. As both of the teams make the smoke wall. Freedom Fighters, though, do get the damage. They held out on the outside of the smoke wall. They're going to be eager now to take the fight on to the final players of Toxic. There's another one going down. Good nade over the top. That might cause some damage. Doesn't quite. One comes back here from Toxic. Toxic down to a 1. It's going to go zone. Freedom Fighters final player as well. And we have a 2v1. He has been spotted. Initial shots, though. Gets him down to a 1 shot. Let's see if he can use the cover. Dodge, duck, and dive. But push and shoot. 17 kill game. Oh, 7 kill game. 17 point total. I'll get my words out. Jeez, Louise. Got to find push and shoot's logo. Oh, I done it again. I didn't save the sheet, did I? Never mind. I know what I need to do a lot quicker this time. But yeah, push and shoot. Good game. They held that compound for quite some time. And you got to give them the benefit of the doubt that actually when it came down to it, they clutched up. I thought they might have pushed out a little bit sooner. I thought they might have got a bit more aggressive onto it, but they didn't need to in all the grand schemes of things. Now, that was our last Miramar done and dusted. As we say goodbye to Gibson, we also say goodbye to Miramar. Now, we're going to take a very quick break. I'm going to get the Push and Shoot's logo up and correct, though, on screen for the break. And I'll see you guys in 5 minutes for our last 2 rounds, which will be our angle.
And now I'm in your head, but she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead.
away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
I ain't been feeling spectacular. Flow so sick, it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics, cause they talk too much. And I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. Get all in my DNA. I'm at my chips like I'm working for Frito-Lay. And bet it bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every thread is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat.
Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to split it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Swag go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hey, welcome back everyone to the stream of the MEA League event. It's over 4 days, 6 games a day. We play 2 Tiago, 2 Miramar. We are transitioning into our final 2 games, which is going to be a wrangle. Not a bad flight path. We're checking the players down though. They're getting loaded up. 18 teams, 72 players. They're about to hot drop in. The wrangle is coming up now. Here we go. It's game number 11 of 12. I'll say 11 of 12. We've got another 2 days of this though. Coming up, playing path though, north to northeast, down to south, southwest. Does go pretty much across the middle. Actually favours because you've got things like School Flats, Ros, Pachinki in. Even let's say Georgia Pool's in at a long distance drop as well, because you could go get the hard spawn cars and rotate further up to that north side. South side though, we've got Pachinki over the top. You could go Gatka, and then you've got the military ferry piers, Milta. All of it to be had. Will we get a hot drop? We do have the additional team, so he's a bit of a mad one. As I said, we are missing a team compared to yesterday. That additional team did make it a bit manic, but nothing to be taken away from this evening because his store very much manic at the moment. After all, though, extend up and over the top as aces. Almost we stop here. I can imagine after all continue to go down. We are seeing our fairy tales and our here and now fight for that extension across towards that southwest corner. Both of them actually going down for ferry pier. It looks like they are. Surely you want to duck out, get the hard spawn and kind of go a bit further out, and we are seeing our fight for life. He's down. He also has players in the compound on the adjacent side. He's going for it. Kabooms gets a vector. That's something you don't want to be dealing with when you haven't got a vest. And he gets tabbed in the back as 1-for-1. Takes fight for life. He just made the wrong call. Maybe he's got his headset on back to front. I'm not quite sure, but the zone comes down. No, we will come back to this one very shortly. So we'll have a quick look around. Are there any other close fights? There are not, so we're able to go checking with Ferry Pierce. So back towards here and now versus Fairy Tale. They are in zone, so they got time to deal with these fights, but what they haven't got is time because teams will come in. So deal with this one quickly, able to rotate out. Don't deal with it quickly. Hopefully teams don't push in. It isn't a natural place for teams to crash into, I'll be honest, but yeah, you're going to be limited on your loot. So bit of a contradicting comment, I know, but it's in the hands of these teams now. Here and now, we know from Diego they play slightly defensive the first time, and they did eventually get on the front foot of our fight for life. But they're gonna have to deal with a little bit more aggressive. Fairy Tale can be an aggressive team, we know. I've cast them a few times on Miramar, and when they get into the swing of it and they get into where they want to go, they can deal some damage quite quickly, and their teamwork's very good. So I'll stack it up as a 2. They're making the push round now. Are they going to get the flash over? They know where the player is. And here and now, need to get tighter. They are kind of leaving maybe this player to hang out to dry. Flash coming back. Let's catch the player. Catching the flash itself. Unfortunately, though, down to a 1. And the Vector stomach lay down. Doesn't need the extended mag on that one because it can cause the damage. Here and now, down to a 3. Gotta get moving. They haven't got their loot. This is about this way up of loot versus time. They are really, really split. There's that confirm. I've seen them wrap slightly around the outside. Right. On a sound on that one. It's caught on 1. So we now get 1 back. Seeing a push coming through the middle on the adjacent side, being condensed down. The shotgun at the S12K. Will help slightly as we see the 2 shotgun shotgun here, right side with DP. Oof. Doesn't quite get the first. There goes another one down. Here and now, down for a 2. He's going to try and get the flush. Good hold though on the adjacent side, but here and now we're up all the way around to here and now. And they picked up 2 on the outside, so it goes down to a 2v2 now. Fairy Tale around following the rotation. Rappers here and now. Bags pushes way back. Shotguns both come out. Does hear the player. Does whip some shots through. Hitting the bars mainly on the reload. Gets the aggressive push, and here and now nearly getting caught. Looks like a double stack up here between Brightside and Glebster. Molly maybe onto the stairs will be enough. I don't know if he's caught the player moving across. It has, so I'm going to try and hold both sides, and so now we're going to see these teams start to descend in. So 1-for-1 taking the compound just on the side Snowmobile. Lots of water to remain in. Can hear the pitter patter of the foot. So we'll be able to get the res. Gotta be cautious now. The defense has set up the gas can. Oh, it needed a couple more shots. Did he pick it up? He picked it up, didn't he? What a cheeky play. Seeing the gas can, picking up, denying the explosive. Mate, high IQ game. I know where the final player is now for here and now. And We are going to start seeing the zone descend on in. So most of these teams are now making their moves. We've got a little bit of a fight out in the field here, a bit random. Like for life and DPS get caught on the outside. They're pushing forward. Haybell providing a little bit of cover. We've got that other fight tabbed up, so I'm able to get over there. Nade coming out, a bit of a throwaway nade, really. This is the angle, surely. That's 1, 2. You got to get that final player now. He's going to get the bite. The player on the field on the hill should have taken it from the third party, but we have got another crash on the other side. So we do see Task Force 1 for 1, and nothing's impossible. Make this crash not too impossible now, as they do get one. Fight for life go down as they take 18th place now, and Reducing Caboose having to dig in again. He's already got 2 on the board. Needs to go for the reload. Actually going to go straight out with a mini, but runs straight in towards the AK. Down he goes. Final player now on the other side. Got to now try and hold out. Bounce back. I go to my solos and tab them up here and now. There is a 1. Cautious. Best is pretty much tanked. Puts the tree and the rock in between. Can now see the trials retain as he does. A bit back around. Gets a knock. Puts it down for a 1-on-1. Recalls back around. Molly over the top. Molly's not too bad. But shotgun does the damage. Task Force final player. Full flash. Oh, he gets 1. Takes his time. Didn't get it for the second. Unfortunate though, the car taking most of the damage. You're going to feel like a couple more shots into the car. That would have gone. I'm not losing our solos. Sad Smile capitalising on this one. We are reaching the halfway point, so this might where we see these teams get slightly more aggressive and continue to pad a bit. And they playing they are, yeah. Or so. Had 2 straight. I don't think they have any idea Sad Smile has made it into that compound. We'll watch this one. Only if they jump out, does that mean they're going here? Now they might be going for more wrapping their way, and that'd be the safer option. Oh, talk about wrong timing on my behalf. I'll bounce it back. This has been a nice quarry. I'll have to wrap across a little towards that highway. And now, as you do see NHS coming down from the hospital, that's a bit of a convenient name. And Toxic. And then from Gatka, push and shoot and aces. Oh, slightly heads ahead on the outside. If we'll actually allow him to crash in. He has any idea that he's there. Shots go. Let's try turn and goes for the stairs. Misses the stair queue here. Big push coming in. Tries to get the flash out and smoke out in time, but doesn't quite happen. Aces go down. Here's 1. 12 more players. They lose another one as well. There goes the third. Final player is out on the field. He's taking some shots. Get in the car and go. Acrom going down. 15th place. Push and shoot. They put another squad down. Teams are in. Money shots though come in. AHS take that west road. After all, it's a normal state game style. They are playing a little bit more passive. Those early games is something we are used to seeing. All about the points. Zone, hard shift. Forcing. Just rushing noobs. Just rush noobs. Oh, you wait till you see this round, mate. I'm obviously 10 minutes ahead of you, and we're down 14 teams already. A lot going on, a lot of crashes, a lot of stuff. Actually, I missed. Also a 2-2 split, putting back towards South Pachinki Hill. Does go towards Snowmobile, and it is normal. I actually feel like it's going to come back towards this neck of the woods, and kind of Fairy Tales lost a few play in towards the trenches and hold maybe a little bit. After all, wider wrap here, NHS wrapping back down, money going for the middle, up and over Llama, Toxic able to get clear. They will be all right here, but this will be quite hectic though. 14:53, they're okay. They will be happy where they're laying. This one maybe sit on this hillside. They are. Bulls will also do the same. I think they might be looking for some loot, but don't have anything. But might just be when I try and control anyone coming down on this side. Expect Ghouls to hold and then maybe play here. Who in a great spot as well. Sad Smile in a very difficult spot if they lose the zone. I don't think they will, but they've lost both cars. They are fully committing to a hold in the shack. 3 Sad Smiles up in the shack, and their car tires are fully gone. Give them an element of cover though if they do want to come out and play, and also not holding just on the outside. They are playing further around. A bit of a hotbed. This is the driving rotation path if you are looking to rotate round south of Pachinki. So yeah, normally if you get teams coming this way, this is where you'll end up. He's going to have a little cheeky look over. Push and shoot though. Kind of like 2-2 split here. So let's go further on. So they're all coming to our side. I don't know if they really identified the other side. After all, getting caught on rotation. Neyman's jumped out the car. They lose another one though. Baku trims down. He wants to take the fight. He also wants to take the fight. He is closer. Oh, lost the tyre. You know, there's them going for this. He's getting himself inside the zone. He's going straight towards DPS. Already here in the action, here in the cars rotate. Goes low. DPS surely going to rattle the shots. Baku goes down for 2s, goes down for 1s. He's continuing to go. Relies on Toxic to take the shots at them, and he gets through. I don't think he can turn. He's going to commit to go forward. Oh no, he goes down. Sits down and gets squished by his car. Oh, if you just would have stopped at that shack, he would have been alright. He'd have been alive. Push and shoot. Gonna thread the needle right in between Ghouls and I fear seeing the car, so we know someone's up there. Does pick up one. Now getting shot in the back. Oh, that's when you haven't got the information. Push and shoot. Get aggressive and they get caught. Zone shift again and goes towards that east. 48 seconds to go. And we'll start moving its way in. It hasn't come quite back here. It's going to lose this water, so high side is going to go field. Also do go for the wrap. Freedom Fighters get ready to move as well themselves. Gotta go. 28 seconds left on the clock. I'm taking some shots up at their heels. Maybe just enough to put DPS into a different direction now as Freedom Fighters gonna wrap on the blue. Get a bit of a cleaner run here. They do have NHS in front of them. So it will expose. Depends on how low down they go. NHS also, let's think about how they protect these cars. They are in the trenches. This would be a designated area if I was them. Need to bring these cars in. The 2-seater won't be enough. They are going further on Ferry Pier. They stopping just to take the fight. I mean, I want to leapfrog in front. They've gone and they've given up their car. Maybe out of gas. Assume it adds out of gas. On their way through. Now NHS might not have heard the car, so maybe they take the fight on with money. And the longer they leave it, they've only got one time. If they come into the field, they're going to get caught slightly. So we'll keep an eye on Ghouls, obviously going for the rotation as well. And long shots go coming in also. Push and shoot. Mint though taking shots from behind. Who won't get visibility now as their team will push in front. And Mint have found Ghouls right on top of their doorstep. Green though. Yeah. It'll be right in the sense that we should see Sad Smile cause some damage. They get the first knock. They get some more nades out. Full-fledged of smoke. That's going to be a beacon of light. Toxic land on top of Mint Green. That's not what you need. We've got another team pushing in on the up. Toxic trying to get the information here. Flash out. Catches the guy down the flash. Let's go for a full retreat. Green have lost one. Toxic just piecing together the information that's needed. Sad Smile, the strat of the shack seems to be working. Get another one as well there. Just pinging shots through the smokes, and I think they'd be disappointed they've not got the cars anymore. Oh, getting a lot of shots here. 14:53, looking to get a point on the board. They are outside the zone. They've got to keep these cars alive. This will be a hard rotation when it does shift away, if it shifts away. Unfortunately, the Ghouls get aggressive. Doesn't shift that far away. Coming back to the field. Here we go. We've lost the water now. And Green. They're the team now to be watching. Pink guard down to a 2. Toxic able to piece together information. It goes knock a piece. Pink guard got across the Toxic gap. Toxic even won't allow him to go through. I think he knows that final player now is, and with the zone coming out, we do see Bugger T. He's looking for this as well. Pink guard. I think about this and go, do you know what? We can't make the play. I think get a smoke and fake it and move out. Try and survive. Here comes the smoke. He's going to reposition himself around there. Here, the pitter-patter of the feet. He has moved his way in. Has now heard him. Does see the player, I believe, just. Goes out the window. Make the call. Does get down. Bugger T. Scabs one, though. He has pushed himself into a position that they can cause some damage. Toxic now going to be slightly on the back foot. 14:53. They're punishing teams in the middle. Money shot somehow surviving the wrath, the bodies, the death of the cars. It is a very horrible area to land and hold up. Hey, what? Just move the car back and maybe get blessed. You're stuck in between two. I think this is going to be the center of attention now. 14:53. Got this little section in front of them. They've got woods they could push into and get aggressive on them as well. Get into nades. They're going to have teams coming from behind. DPS can be causing them problems as well. They're in a shack that doesn't really offer anything but splinters as it does descend away from them. Again, continuous shots raining through. Smokes go out in the front. Who are the team causing the long distance bolty action? They can just lose all of that up there. Who just been able to punish a lot of teams. Oh, push and shoot a lot. Nah, mate, these are mine. Right, Fairy Tale. Store holding out as a 2. Toxic look like they want to play out. They've got a little ridge here they can play as high ground. Push and shoot, we're looking to come in. The zone is not pushing them out, so they need to overextend. It's a bit of a third party action as Ghouls now come off the high ground. Sad Smile, they still living the dream. They ate some chicken dinner. And easy peasy. Love it. Let's go, champs. I ate some chicken. I was just sending a message out to the teams. This team is eating some chicken. They want to take the win from this shack. Airtail going in. Bright side dropping shot on 1. But she's going down. The player is nowhere to be seen. He's taking another shack. Zone shifting away. We are going out to the field. NHS taking some long distance shots though. We are going to see a wrap here from Nothing Is Impossible. This could be a good wrap for them. They're going to be heard before they get seen. They come up and over. Shots though come down. Final player for them. Instant 180. Nope. We ain't going up there. Smoke goes up. Looks like third party action to go come in. NHS though picking up there. They continue to make the push though. Nothing Impossible regrets that decision as it is impossible maybe to climb that mountain. Toxic have lost 2. And going down. Big hard push from here. Also, who like you got a little bank of a ridge. It's where you start to lose your vehicles. Haven't got much to play really now. We are going to see more aggressive pushes here. Oh, gets 1, 2, gets 3. Whoa! Fairy tales are living and they're true. I didn't even get it on the nade either. I think LHS looking at it going, no mate, whoever is in there. They're looking. I think they're looking at this guy. They're going to hold an anchor player, but they just saw a whole team get folded like origami. Oh, nice little one over. Let's pick up 1. It goes now. Comes the third party action. Problem with the field. I'll be able to get these reses in. 14:53. Trying to do it. Taking the shots on 1. Pushing out. Oh. Needed the numbers. Get the U2 in. Oh, I've got no U2. See the player, take the shots. There's 1. Look right, look right, look right. There we go. U2 from somewhere else. It's DPS now pushing. Oof. 14:53. Final player. That's causing the damage. DPS though, there is a little bank they can play. It's not great. Sad smart. I feel like they're getting a little bit confident now. All these cars are blowing up around them, allowing a little bit of movement as they get out, get on those little tippy toes. Who disappointed they not got a kills using the hay bales effectively now, picking up our Ghoul team. Nades should be ready and prepped. The nades are coming back. It's not a bad nade. Hasn't found them. Just to get the damage needed. He's going back. Surely the barrage. The Who go down. 1. I'm gonna close the door. Open the door, lads. Car's gonna go. It's gonna give him a bit of freedom movement. I thought that caught that molly then. Both from now gotta hold the off angle. I feel like push and shoot eventually gonna go. That molly does go from 1. Push and shoot. Do focus your attention point back now. Nade should get this confirmed. Does get the 1. Final player now for Ghouls. He's tightened up. We saw how deadly this can be for Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale need to get moving themselves. You can see him on that bottom side of the map. It is going for that field. Sad smile. I'm taking the shots up push and shoot. I'm eager to look at Fairy Tale. Who need to disengage from this one? Let the reds happen. They've got to think about the end zone here. Next chest. They've gone. DPS controlling that field really well. Maybe they've got the angle they needed. Maybe a little bait. Push and shoot, no. The dangerous fairy is alive. 6 kills. Lebs to 44. Been replenished with all of the additional loot. Taking shots back. Understands there's a team over this way, but not really where they are. Sad Smart are just laughing. That strat that we might have been laughing about in chat has gone 3 man in a shack. Might be taking 3 man to the win. Smoke play. Just want the car to drive through. And that sounds really horrible, but oh, Fairy Tale's been picked up here. DPS picking up. Taxi runs into the open field. Oh, there's not much in it, but there's a little bit. A little gap, a little dip. Laser gets his confirm as the rest, the final player now from Ghouls goes out. 6th place for them. 5 teams now remain and push and shoot. Just slowly pushing. They would have been looking at a drop zone and the Fairy Tales go to very much a flat piece of land. But you're going to find out exactly where the player is, and that Blazer might have picked up there. There's a rock just in front. Three smokes might get you to there. Push and shoot, making the play. Looks like Sad wanted to come get the shots though. They lose another one. Final player for Sad. Under barrage of utility. Push and shoot. I think they're focusing too much on Fairy Tale. Good nade over. Does get the splash damage. Nade do come back. There's one of the confirms. I'm receiving a lot of shots though from off angles. Can't quite get back in. Trying to get in, but get shot in the back. Down and out goes Sad. Phone to be followed. And for 5th place by Sad. 4th place by Push and Shoot. And Fairy Tale still living the dream on the outside, but the zones have gone towards the Who and towards our DPS team. It recalls back to that northwest, 14:53. But look at this going, guys, if we maybe had that push slightly different, could have been surviving out in the zone. Continues to recall back though. Who taking some shots? DPS and Who go at it, as that will allow potentially. Who is actually looking for DPS? It's headshot. Oh, definitely a headshot. Losing the lid. You gotta be a bit more quiet there. Maybe pray. Comes the push. He's on the rock. Now does see the player. Whipping those shots out. Fairy Tale. Molly, I think, will be short. Oh, it's not bad, you know. Able to maybe farm a few more kills. 6 on the boards. Fairy Tale. Actually pushing back. Fairy Tale, go right. Go towards the southeast. He's come back for it. Come off the off angle. So away from a util. Right. Got a gun zone. You've drawn a lot of attention away. I've got any more smokes. Gotta run. Got a little ridge. Get down. Get down. Where was that drop? Oh, it's right in the middle. Never mind. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I've got a little bowl you can play in the middle here. Oh. Fairy Tale gets eliminated. DPS dominating 15 kills. But we do go down to our final 2 now. Who get the option of who I think have got better on zone placement. It's already been got, but what was in it? MG. I'll take an MG. Take an MG all out at the end game. Got 7s as well. You know you want it. Go on, sort that bear out. Get that MG. Go on. Go on. What a story. Oh, not going for the MG. Disappointed. Disappointed. Rattles fear into these players in the end. Go on, barrel MG. You know you want that. I think we're going to be getting the MG as DPS position down for that southwest as they now use a little hill advantage. Now picking our way through. Shots backwards and forwards. Again, not much in it. I feel like the zone now pushes back to DPS, so we don't have to make a commitment if they, especially if they get the player. Didn't even know this player's even closer because you know DPS have put themselves in a good position. Nades are coming in, good shots though. Still coming back from the Who. Nade over the top. If we know if that hits there, it's going to get rid of the cover. Cover has gone. This is where they need to now load up. He does go for his stomach, but no cover provided. DPS go down. 3v3. And eventually clipped out. I'm seeing potential wrap rounds. On the outside. I don't think they know where the Who are, and oof. Well, let's go out. Use the nades correctly. You can get rid of the hay barrels and get rid of the cover, and the hard cover does remain in the favour of Who. Picked up another one. It goes on to their final player now. Octane's going to go down and out, and Who? What do? They put another cheeky chicken dinner on the board. That's 3 for them. 16-point game. Good game. Good game. Who won 2? They cleared up on Diego, not able to get the first Miramar. Maybe didn't like a little Miramar, but we transitioned into Arango and Who are back. Maybe it's a green scenery for our Who team. Good game, good kills. Everyone putting points on the board for them. So consistency seems to be good. I kind of was when on that South Pachinki Hill. I was worried that they weren't going to pick up too much, like 1 or 2 kills. And coming in from that South Pachinki Hill, it's a little bit not quite flat. There is a little curve to that horizon, but you tend to find teams on the wide punish. But with push and shoot pushing around for those 12 stack area, it allowed them to reign free. Dealt with the ghouls, push and shoot eventually after that, and they just kind of sat, controlled, dealt damage. But yeah, winner, chicken dinner. Anyway, that's our 5th game for this evening. We are up for one more though, so we'll take a very quick break though. So we will load our final lobby. We know from yesterday the final lobby was crazy. Game number 12 is coming up.
I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. I ain't been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics, cause they talk too much. And I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me get all in my DNA. I'm about my chips like I'm working for Frito-Lay. And bet the bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every threat is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. I don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. I don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, I fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps. Like, squad go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Please don't let me drown.
here we go. Final game is match number 12. Playing path, not bad. Again, southwest up to a northeast. You can't argue that one, really. It's going to be all across the bat. Again, all the options are up to grabs. 18 teams, 72 players. Should find themselves a nice little home. We've had a couple of hot drops, or say hot drops. We had the early couple of battles, but we shall see how that rolls and unfolds. Most of the team, sad smile, go out a little bit early. A little strap for that compound in the middle of the field. Kind of worked out for them. We are seeing Fairy Tale maybe getting uncontested this time. Is Money going for it as well? Money is going for it. So we've got a free team fight here. Fairy Tales here and now, and Money shots all descended down for our Fairy pair. Oh, I needed to sneeze. Sorry, people. Oh, we are seeing the fight in the middle as well. Fight for life. They dropped the ball last time. We'll come back to that very quickly. 1 for 1, pushing back. They give up the other compound. And I picked the wrong one because Fairy Tale, they lose one. Confirmed. One is also down here and now. They get the ability to get a resin. We are seeing a bit of a stronger push. Coming across now. Check. I think they're going to have the meds. They're going to have to recall back. Shotguns in hand. But this will happen. Fairy Tale's about to be a 3-on-3. Marshalls is further away, so seems taking a long distance. These guys are not going to be looted, so they're going to be stacked to try and figure out what they want to do and where they want to go. Zone shift though comes early flame path, but Chris the outside and actually goes up towards that sort of Georgia Pool area. Now we all know that that mountain means one thing. It means that the zone is going to be coming back their way. So yeah, that's a very cheeky, is he baiting in some shots. 100% tab that one up. We'll come back to this fight now because this one's kicking off. Fight for life, they've lost 1, 2 actually. So unable to keep one alive though. Full descendo, fight for life, going game number 6 mad, but it is halfway through the event. It's a 4-day event. 1 for 1. I want to get some points on the board. Gotta get there with something reloaded. Gonna try and hold out. We do have the fight on the other side. And the third party action coming in. So 3 fights happening all at the same time. I've tapped them up, so you should be able to bounce between them. Definitely 2, as Money is here. Ooh. That's this one. They did actually get this shot on him. They didn't get him out. 1 for 1, go down. I bounce about and send it to Potato Mountain. Go back to that final fight. Fairy Tale moves another one on the third party. Money Sound is the one to were able to get looted and come back. That was a 3. Fairy Tale back down to a 2, and here and now I think they're down to a final player. They are. Money is now pushing him. Done dusted as he gets folded by the Uzi. Here and now, they're not here and now anymore, and they actually get the ability to focus in on Fairy Tale. They're backed in, they are out of zone. It's 1 minute 13 to go before the zone will descend back in. If we have a quick look at the zone before anything moves in. Who's pushing in though, and DPS the same. Money, you got to think about how it goes. First time in the shield in, it's going to stop. Not stopping the push, but also stopping their ability to move in. Fairy Tale. I get Fairy Tale ending. Oh my god. Hello. What's going on over here? Got another fight as well. Nothing is impossible versus Sad Smile. Hey, why is we game 6? This is a 4-day tournament, guys. This is not just a 1-day scrim. Nah, big push. Nothing is impossible. Is now pushing. Who lose 1 from DPS? There's another fight kicking on as well. Let's see the player. Oh, that nade could be deadly. Oh, he actually bounced off the player and does get him as well. I've seen another nade though on the adjacent side. And he has exposed the player, doesn't see him. Takes some shots and finishes that one off clean. Sad smile. Under the impression that nothing's impossible. Maybe for them, but not for nothing's impossible. Let's tune back in on the other fight because it's not quite happened. Fairy Tales higher up. I actually like this new hold, and we are starting to see these strats of where do people deploy the deployable shields. And this one maybe because they are trying to get the ankle in. Let's see, actually does pick up the player. Sorry, I am crazy. Should have been a bit more crazy on those shots. The shield does provide that element of cover. I do know where they are, so I think the util has been burnt. And longer game. Now with the gas can already cooked behind. That's some damage. The other players having a little look. I think they've heard him. Leans his way in. Doesn't quite see him. Pops arm, I think got us a bit of a surprise. Whoa, there's a player there. And I think they're waiting for the angles to come in. Oh, might try to go up and over, but this is very much a stalemate. I look at the zones. Teams wrapping in top side. I think guard at the top though. NHS are coming in behind them. Toxic playing that same rotation. We are seeing our Ghouls take Everest. 1453. They take Ruins nicely, and who I think they've lost one. They're just out for that top side. Out by Chopsticks. Fight for life. They rotate south side. So we've got a few more teams still need to come in. 14 only remain though. 48 players left. This is going to be a quick one, I feel. Not as quick as this fight. This one is definitely stalemated out. I think he is looking. Ryan is the one eager to push. He just kind of needs the rest of his team, and nothing is impossible here in the gunshots for a while there. Coming in from behind. So actually he's going to favour our fairies here. They might get a little bit of a fairy tale ending. Because they are being pushed on the adjacent side. Trying to stop the players on the top. Repositioning that shield. That's where I'd normally expect to see the shield. And in the corner. Let's get picked. Let's get baited. Just kind of. Oof. Loses one. Let's get that confirmed. So it's 2 on 2 here. I think it's impossible on the outside. I think they've seen the players now as they did get a little peek in the window. A quick look at the map very quickly. That fight is about to kick, but I've gone back the other way. So Fairy Tales now as a 2. Crazy Money as a 2. And we do have a 3 from Nothing's Impossible. They've seem to have just dialed in for this game. Let's have to retab. Nothing's impossible. They're waiting for it to kick off again. They are waiting 37 seconds and the zone will pass by. As we do see Nothing is Possible get juiced up. The same can't be said. The other team, Fairy Tale, actually managed to get out and haven't got the meds. Nothing's impossible. I feel like I've missed that. Looking around on the outside. Fairy Tale able to get up on the roof. Got to take the fight. Doesn't see one. Goes on the other side. The right side. Got nothing in the tank. Third party action now comes in. Fairy Tale will take 14th place, and You all see the fight now up in the push note. It does come in. Nothing's impossible though. In up on the compound. These little shots though do come out. Organ hand S12K. Store being held here from Shush Money. Down a player. Well, down 2 technically. Freestorm Moraine. One of the players had to go. So I'm not watching this anymore. I'm disappointed I'm out. Nothing is possible. Does have the util though to cause effect. Shush Money though. Down the bottom does take a huge bit of damage running through the middle. Nothing is possible. Eager to continue this fight as they work their way in. Zone shift though does go high. Does expose that top side a little bit more. While it does happen. Here's one. It's only a matter of time. I'm going to come off this one though. You can just have a look to see how these rotations go. And 1453. I think they're looking at the Q bridge. They need to stop and have a scout of it. This looks like what they're going to do. They do. Should we pick up one and look at the tower? The bridge they need to have a look at. These teams be favouring this type of zone and going back over the other side. Gotta play now. Does see one. Oh, you got to think if you got that second shot, it might have been a different outcome here. Goals. They were a 2-2 split. 1453. Got one. Good shots as well. Just for the nade over the top. Homing towards the team. 1453 continue to push up. Hit the other two guys a little bit closer. Good play from them. Like it. That's aggressive stance. Toxic will have the back, so they're going to be very quick on this one. Ghouls though on the adjacent side. They are going to pick up their 2-2 split. Nade over the top. The whistle of the grenade goes over. Ghouls though do get 1-2. Final player now, 1453. It's up to him. Gets another one. Needs to get a med on Toxic. Going to be fighting. Nade, if it's remotely close, going to cause splash damage. It's going to do it. It is going to do it. 1453. Good move. Good momentum. Good shift. Just unfortunate though. Who are going to backfill now? Nothing is impossible. They've got nothing is impossible. They've got a bit of a clean run now. A bit of a split from these teams. Who thinks they're going to go north and south? And what's that? Bit of backwards and forwards. So to get the eyes on, you can't look at this guy. It's going to come down to that south. After all, normal play from them. I do see a little bit of a split in George. Just the high ground now, which I'm interested in. Because who run all the way across. They are taking some shots from Everest. NHS who are in. Zone is going to expose itself. 15 seconds. We are going to see more drops coming down. Ghouls. They haven't pushed over on Everest. I think they're just waiting for this one to look at the zone. Come south. It does. The Everest is a magnitude when it comes down to rotation. We are. This is coming down. They're only a 3 this evening. No. Like the play. You're going to get caught. Go stuck and dive. There's no one up high enough. No, who I don't think are looking this way. So we'll tee up. This is though with a 2 drop from one of the vehicle. Got to rotate past, but both bridges are covered to a degree. Maybe Mint Guards, because they've come off here. I don't get the shots on. He able to get across. We'll find Booker T. See the car go by. I think he's looking at where these other additional shots come in. Toxic. They are in. Now push and shoot. Don't need to push just yet. They can just hold. Maybe take this higher ground than this top side as they claim their drop, and Aces do get back to be a solid 3-man. Also don't find anyone close enough to take the knot. Stalking through. not a fan of containers. I think we're going to end here somewhere, but I'm not a fan. I don't like playing it. I like playing the high ground. There's a good symbol showing it's going to go up. I just would like them to keep the keep this symbol on as it transitions to a car at this point. That's only my opinion. I don't know what your thoughts are, but that little parachute would be nice, especially when you look at this. You can see like the little parachute, not a car, but you can kind of tell because of how the team moves, and they're going to get a free pass to this compound, you know. To swing the way down. Should be looking at it. Oh, take some heavy hits. Dessa. They go 2-2. They're getting clean. Surely not. Have as well. After all, find a way in on the top side. Push and shoot. Yeah, didn't push just yet. Alex Chesto do get the knock, and they get the confirm as well. Downside to the emergency pickup, it's not got the information. I would have thought they were all four gone that way. I think they're just hedging their bets in case it does recall back west. It is an option. I'm gonna expand the fire. I like the thought process. There we go. Does come down, pushes in a little bit of containers in, and the fight for the high ground will be up for now. Oh, does get him. Action does pick up one. Push and shoot. Try and take advantage. These teams all taking shots at each other. Not positions. There we go to the base. Oh! Lucky enough there's a rock there. And the hill. Got to get out. The car's gone. Going back to the rock. Don't know why. I ducked. Ooh. Howu up in the top ground. Do get him. So lose one, but not bad move. Don't move. Can recall back. Who kind of recall as much as they can. We aren't seeing. Nothing's impossible. Finally make it to zone. Looks like they might need a bit of loose. They might transition through. Laser goes down the Who. Punishing out the top side. Wonderful buy over here. Freedom Fighters will be happy. We've got other teams pushing their way. Who is the team that's going to be punishing now from the top? I don't want these teams to focus on them. After all, they're going for that wider wrap as well. They'll be going Toxic, need to turn around. Toxic leaving their compound to move further up. April's still one. After all, are they in? They got in as well. This is down. Though pops up and over. Doesn't like the fact that team's getting shot. He's got a Famis in hand as well. I have to get a med on before he goes. The outside now being held by the Ghouls. So the Woo. Oh, he's gone head to head. Famis in hand. He goes down. Oh, nothing to lose. They get a blessing. After all, eliminated. I kind of wanted the FAMAS to go into action though. Oh, one as he peeks up and over. 5 kills. We find teams up high don't really get huge amounts of kills. I'm going to tab out because we are seeing Toxic also playing on the other side. Zone shifting just slightly away. They have leapfrogged ahead. All need to get in. Toxic able to stick one of the rest on, so get back up here. They've got a bit of a wide split. Flex Lob is climbing as high as they can. Zone going back doesn't quite come to this compound. Comes a bit more south. But Ghouls now knowing they've got Toxic in front. Flex Lob unfortunately getting shot in the back by Mint Guards. Taking another one as well. Ah, great. Second recall, M4 3 times. Does get the knock on. Might take the opportunity to exchange the reses. They know there's a second player there, and Toxic get their res on. They have their 2 reinforcements now coming back up. It's a bit of a bigger push now. Who having to fight? It's a bigger wrap going around. There goes another knock. They do get the resin. Both teams are back up numbers. So Slow knows exactly where to stick the nade. Oh, it goes straight over the top. Needed to hit the rock. Doesn't quite get it. Misses the nade. Hits the shots though. Flexbob puts the flash up and over. So he's going to try and push around to the south side. Going to come up and over. Flash not too bad. He does get that knock though. Bulls are down. Numbers 2 remain. One's on a one shot though. So trying to get the knock. It was critical. He did get it though. It's a bit scrappy this one as our Toxic team and Ghouls are taking multiple fights, multiple sides, unable to get one of the reses, continue to push forward though. April will have to come back and over. Shots still come from behind and it's getting split, losing his lid. Vest is pretty much gone, done and dusted. But he does get another knockdown. Final player is going to make the push now. Surely up and over, gets one. They're able to stick one of the reses. They don't commit to it completely. Going to be a 2-on-1 if you go one at a time for him. Ghouls back away. Nade will roll down the mountain straight into him and it goes out. They take ninth place and Toxic do take the mountain and they should be able to get that res back off him. It will take. Most teams now are settled. I'm seeing a little bit of a heavy fight on the outside. In guards with that split. Dessa is doing a bit, taking shots long distance, needs to weave the way through, but with another couple of kills, able to clutch it up. NHS will be looking for it as well. I think they know there is a player left. Now taking the initial shots over, it's push and shoot, causing the damage. Dessa, 6 HP, 9 HP, dodge, duck, dive, weave, jiggle, jiggle, wiggle. Maybe able to get to the tree, but Toxic eventually getting those reses in. Now can refocus their attention, and Toxic making a pass up and over the top. When does Mint Green and push and shoot engage? NHS just there. Why not throw a flare up? It's the final game. I don't think actually no Bogarty's there. No way he's able to turn on those shots. Oh my god. This team's give or take her in. Push and shoot. Unfortunately, go down. I'll type a message back. Apologies, guys. Not normally like me. NHS. Bleeding. Like a poor wound. Oh, eventually down and out. Top 4 teams. All without a chicken dinner this evening. NI have got a chicken dinner though, so they are the only team over the course of the 4-day scrimmy event thing. Or league. They guys call it a league. It is a league. It's for multiple days, right? There's money out for grabs. It's free entry, so kudos to the community. Nothing's impossible. 10 kills. They started the event off really well. Got a nice little chicken dinner. They won from the compounds, and after a couple of games, I was kind of thinking, hey, this is the team that they have to have a compound to win. And as we've been progressing through, technically over these 12 games, it's been interesting to see that they've got the skill set. They've got the fuel in the tank. You get the peaky boo heads. Toxic. I don't think Toxic quite have seen them, but we'll be looking over this way. We do have the sneaky rangers though from behind. Fight for life. Oh, going to have to fight their way up the hill or the mountain. Zone. You're going to think it's going to recall back over this way, but I think guard will be the ones that are happy with this one. Toxic Been in control, 7 kills for them, 5 kills for Mint Guards, and mentioned 10 for our Nothing's Impossible. They've been really, really aggressive, even off the start, just hyper aggressive. Toxic, I think they're eager. I think they've definitely seen the players further down. I think it's itching to ensure they don't have anyone wrapping in behind, ratting into this top side. Not seeing a push as Hellboy goes down. And I had the final player. Spotted now. Does go down now. That's not a bad tab out. Alright, 4th place and get yourself 10 kills on the board plus placement. Toxic now understanding. Because the zone, we know the zone's going to come off there anyway. I think they're trying to position themselves. I think God losing 1. Toxic got the 3, so it's a 3v1v2. Fight for life. They're going to fight their way through Mintgard here. I think Mintgard's not going to want to take the fight with the Toxic. They got height advantage on him, so I think he's just waiting to see. Now, naturally, you'd expect Fight for Life to wrap down in rounds, but I've got a couple of options. Mintgard does identify one of them, takes the shots, maybe pushing them again to take the fight up high. Will Fight for Life continue to wrap up and round and maybe take the oddball positioning in? Maybe have to better cover. Toxic won't drop the ball up here. They will remain individual. The longer Fight for Life hold for it. It's going to be, I think, Mint Green maybe taking those shots. Toxic might be looking their way, but with those shots going out, not towards Toxic, they know that they've got potential numbers. They just need to figure out, is it 2 in the ditch or is it 2 wrapping up and round here? He's just spotted the player. That's seeing the player now come up and over. So reposition, you can see instantly, look at the movement on the map. All our Toxic players coming straight down for this bottom side. They could get the first one. It's a 3v1v1. Try and sit the nade. The blue is going to come in. I think the blue is going to go. There we go. Final push now. Go trying to get up a little bit higher. Best is in rags. Toxic. They're going to be edging for this bet here. Maybe you can isolate the individuals one at a time. Let's see the first player coming up and over. Swaps the MK12. Waiting for the head to expose. Util. It's going to barrage in. The tag's been had. And Toxic now started sending Util. First splash damage on the first one. Have to take their time. Ensure. And there we go. Explosive ending there. Toxic. 21-point game. And the first chicken dinner for this event so far. So GG's for them. Well done, everyone obviously partaking. I was meant to be doing the EU scrim. I was just looking at it and I came back late from work and I was like, hey, I've got this set up, so I'll just throw myself in and just cover the next 6. This event will go on though. There are other casters covering the final 2 days, so make sure you go check them out and get on the Discord. I will post the Discord link up in chat so you guys can get involved in the MEA League. It's free entry. Look, it's scrim/tournament, 4 days. They do it every single week. It's like $130 up for grabs, or euros, sorry. Dollars. You can tell up in New York, like default dollars in my head. So free money, free entry. Like if you get yourself up there, it's run really well. They've got 2 fully stacked lobbies. They do have the potential that they've nearly got a couple more teams now who can actually run a 3rd division. So again, potentially more people get involved, the more this gets better and works up. So I'm happy to support, I'm happy to show some love and give these guys at least some coverage and expose some of the teams in the MEA region. For those that don't know, I can actually talk about it now. I've been itching to talk about it for months, but I have been announced as the host for Bing Esports. Their MEA region, they are splitting themselves down into 2 segments, so there will be a MEA qualification and an EU qualification as well. So they'll be kicking themselves off later on in the month though. We'll work our way down to the finals. What I quite like about this event, if you haven't already, go and get on my Twitter and get on Bing Esports and get on the event, get yourself signed up right off the bat. What I do like about this is you get multiple options. So if you get you through, you get you qualified, in you go, right? But you get your phase 1 and then they'll be taking X amount of teams through, you go to phase 2, another 6 then go through. And if you fail on the qualified bit, you kind of just get through, but you don't get through on phase 1, you don't get through on phase 2, you get another opportunity for phase 3. And they kind of feed and top up the pool from EMEA and EU all the way through that. So like the format. It gives these players more opportunity to get themselves into the grand final. There is money up for grabs for that, big money up for grabs, and PGC points. You got those big points in for the global scene. So PUBG backed event. Thank you very much. Obviously, you guys have asked me to come and do that one. What we've got on so tomorrow is Rainbow Six. I'm doing production for that one. We do have a Rainbow Six production on Sunday, and I will try and throw up a cast. It will be on Thursday, I think. As Friday, I will be uptown, and maybe I might be able to squeeze in one on Friday. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, that's enough for me. Let's go out and raid someone. I'll see all you guys and girls. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the subscribes. We are still grinding.